ho, chickadees. Good morning. Happy hump day. We have arrived to halfway through the week. How fantastic is that? And good morning, Kelly in Texas. I know, yesterday, frustrating testimony. Oh, boy. We had Tricky Ricky. We had I need to see Aiden King. Where is Aiden King? We had him that testified yesterday. We had a lot of, I do not recall, a couple of medical professionals that also testified. And the lovely Tommy Connery, who couldn't remember much either, in his story, ironically, didn't match anybody else's, and it didn't match the footage either. Tommy Connery's testimony and Ryan Hines' testimony were probably the most baffling and confusing that I watched yesterday. That was my take on it. Good morning, KS Granny. Happy to have you again. So today, we're going to get into the crux of what really matters. The people that were in the SUV, those were the ones closest to Raul. I'm anxious to see how this information gets fleshed out in the testimony today. Yes, Heinz ketchup just rolled slowly downhill. Yeah, I'm telling you, that cross-examination was exhausting. I don't know how Kevin Smith did it. I mean, I understand part of your job as an attorney is that you are going to cross-examine individuals that are difficult. But that was beyond even anything I've kind of ever seen. I've never seen someone literally not recall anything. And then the minute that, well, in the Karen Reed trial, I saw it a lot. But the minute the prosecution or the state starts to ask questions, poof, their memory is back and they can answer things clearly. So today, as I said, we're going to get the SUV passengers. We're going to finish up day 5. I believe we will be able to get through day 6 and 7 and maybe even part of day 8 today. So let's get right into it. Oh, good morning, Ava. Thanks for joining us. Oh, and before I forget, I'm really bad at this. Y'all know. Make sure you like, subscribe, hit the bell so you get notified. Give me a comment if you watch on Replay Crew. Thank you so much, Replay Crew, for coming and watching, even though it isn't live. I truly appreciate it. And we're going to have a great day here. Let's hope this testimony is a little more forthcoming. I don't have high hopes, if I'm being perfectly honest. Okay. Are you ready?
Sorry, thank you. You're dismissed from the witness stand. Thank you.
Good morning,
Watch
Tanya.
your step as you exit. All right, at this point in time, I would direct the state to call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State would call Keenan Frasick to the stand.
Thank you.
This is witness number
Good afternoon,
19.
Keenan. Good afternoon. Can you just do us a favor? Sit close to that microphone. The acoustics in here are pretty bad, so the jury needs to hear what you have to say, okay? Keenan, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to
Central
school?
Connecticut State University,
And what are you studying?
nursing.
And are you working for the summer?
I am.
What are you doing?
I'm working part-time at Bass Pro Shops and doing lawn work.
You know why you're here today?
I do.
Why are you here today?
To say my part in what happened leading up to and after the event.
Are you nervous to be here today?
Sure am.
I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
16.
And did you go to school?
I did.
Where did you go to school?
St. Joseph High School.
And what year were you?
I was in my sophomore year.
So you're a rising junior?
Yes.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
Schoolmate.
At St. Joe's?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler De Silva?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
Schoolmate at St. Joe's.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
Schoolmate at St. Joe's.
Does he have a nickname?
He does.
And what is his nickname?
He was called Lido.
And is the defendant, is Raul present in courtroom today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
Blue suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness identified the defendant in this case?
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valley. Thank you.
Now, Keenan, I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022, specifically Madigan Leifer's house. Can you tell us what was going on in Madigan Leifer's house that night and what time you got there?
There was a party going on. A couple of grades mixed within the St. Joseph school community. We were all hanging out, having a good time, obviously drinking some alcohol. And I
Obviously.
believe I got there around, I'd say 9 o'clock.
And were you drinking?
I was.
How much were you drinking?
3 beers.
And when we say beers, what kind of beer?
Busch Light.
Busch Light? And how long were you there withdrawing? At some point in time when you were at Madigan Leifer's house, did individuals show up that you were not familiar with? Or are you aware that individuals showed up that you're not familiar
I am aware.
with? But you didn't see them?
Did not see it.
Around what time would you say, how long were you at Madigan Leifer's house between the time you got there and the time that you became aware that these individuals showed up?
I can't put an exact time on it, but it was around 1 to 2 hours.
So at some point in time, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were exactly doing aside from drinking alcohol. What were you doing at the party at the Leifer house?
Socializing with my friends, maybe playing some drinking games like beer pong. Something
Oh,
of those
that's where the
sorts.
beer pong
Do you know
was.
whether or not when you were there, whether or not Jack Snyder was at that party?
Jack Snyder was present.
And was Tyler DeSilva there?
He was.
And was the defendant there?
He was.
Now, at some point in time, were you inside the house or outside the house when you were at this party?
Inside for most of the time.
At some point in time, did you exit the house for some reason?
I did.
And why did you exit the house?
My buddy named Ryan, he said he wasn't feeling well, felt uneasy, said he had to vomit. So I took him outside, went
Oops.
around the house into the back, and was with him while he was vomiting.
And
Oops.
when you were doing that, how long would you say you were out back with him for?
I'd say 20 minutes.
And after 20 minutes, did you return to the garage or driveway area of the home?
I did.
And when you did that, what, if anything, was occurring at that moment?
Nothing was occurring at that moment as we were driving, or I'd say walking around the house. We heard some shouting from a car from the driving past the road, and we're trying to figure out what was going on.
And did you, in fact, figure out what was going on?
We were informed.
And were you informed about a fight that had taken place?
We were informed.
You did not witness that fight?
Did not.
And at some point in time, shortly after that fight, did the party break up?
It did.
And can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the circumstances surrounding the party breaking up?
Can you repeat that?
Well, in other words, you got back, you heard about this fight. How long after did you hear about the fight that did the party break up?
Oh, within 20 minutes.
And how did the party break up? Did parents inform you the party was over? How did that happen?
I don't believe it was the parents. The older sister was telling everybody to disperse and get out of the house. The party was over.
And so when the party was over, what, if anything, were you concerned about at that point in time?
Trying to get home.
And did you have a ride home at that point?
I did not.
And were you hanging out with anybody at the moment, at that moment, who also needed a ride home?
Yes.
And who was that?
Demetrios Arfanis and Will Sinchwald.
And at some point in time, were you able to find a ride home?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, you recall seeing the defendant, Jack Snyder, at the house.
Yes. Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 53. Can you identify the people in State's 53? This person in the red?
Jack Snyder.
And how about this person here with the helmet on?
Raul Valle.
The defendant?
Yes.
At some point in time, you were able to find a ride from Ladysbrook?
I was.
And who offered you a ride?
Jack Snyder.
And was anybody else offered a ride at that point in time?
Yes. Demetrios Arfanis was. He was planning from the beginning of the night to sleep over at my house after the party. And Will Sinchwald.
And at some point in time, did you get into Jack's car?
Yes.
Show you State 30. You recognize State 30?
That was the vehicle.
That's Jack's car?
Yes.
And
Hate when they
when
do
you
that.
when you got into that vehicle, who else got into the vehicle with you?
Jack Snyder was driving his car. Tyler DeSilva, Lido Valley or Raul Valley, Demetrios, myself, Will Sinchwald, and Mackenzie Traficante.
Now, how do you know all those people? That
We all went to school together at St. Joe's.
you're all St. Joe students?
Yes.
Now, when you left Lazy Brook in Jack's car, did you know where you were headed?
We were going to Trumbull High
Why were you going there?
to figure out where we were going to go after, whether it was a different party, hang out at somebody else's house. It was kind of just like a middle grounds almost to figure out where we were going to go next.
And did you, in fact, at some point get to Trumbull High School?
We did.
And when you got there, did you guys discuss what to do next?
Not really. When we got to Trumbull High, we met up with some other females that were at the party, and the whole group of people were split up, and Lito, Jack, and Tyler were talking amongst themselves, and I was talking to a different group of individuals, and so I had my own separate conversation.
So were you close enough where you could hear what the defendant was talking about with Jack and Tyler?
No,
How long would you say you were at Trumbull High School for?
I give it 20 minutes.
Okay. And when you were at Trumbull High School, did you have anything to drink between the time you left Lazy Brook and the time you got to Trumbull High School?
No,
Did you have anything to drink when you were at Trumbull High School?
no,
Now, after about 20 minutes, did you all get back into Jack's car?
we did
And why did you do that?
because everything was wrapped up, and thought we were going home.
You thought you were going home?
Yes,
And did you leave Trumbull High School?
we did.
And when you left Trumbull High School, where were you headed? Did you think you were going
I thought we were heading home to my house with Demetrios.
At what point in time did you realize you weren't heading home?
So when we got out of Trumbull High, we took a right, and we were supposed to take a right, the next right, back into Trumbull, but we took a left into Shelton, and that's how I knew we were not going to my house.
And what town do you live in?
Trumbull.
So when you took the left to go into Shelton, was there any talk about where you're going? How it got me home, anything like that?
I assumed that we were dropping Mackenzie off because I knew she was from Shelton, but didn't know what part, didn't know where she lived.
At some point in time, did you pull up on a house in Shelton?
We did.
And do you recall what house that was?
The estate of Tyler Rich.
Show your state's 9. Is that the house that you guys pulled up to?
The estate.
Yes.
Show your state's 49. Again, aerial view is that the Tyler Rich house that you pulled up to?
Yes.
Can you tell us in stage 49 where exactly you guys pulled up, if you can recall?
I can't exactly recall the road we came in on. I knew we were facing the direction of a cul-de-sac, and we were right in front of the driveway, and drove by, turned around at the cul-de-sac, and then went back towards the driveway.
And at some point in time, prior to arriving at Tyler Rich's house, were you aware of a group chat that was going on between some of your friends and some of the Shelton High School kids?
After the fact, I know about it now. I was not a part of that group chat, and there was no talk about that group chat, so no, I was not informed.
At some point in time, when you pulled up to Tyler Rich's house, did you witness anybody exit that house?
When we initially drove by,
Sure.
there were people outside.
And at some point in time, when you stopped in front of the house, did people approach the car?
After we turned around the cul-de-sac, and we got surrounded by people.
And how many people would you say were outside at any given time?
At least 20.
At least 20. And when they surrounded the car, can you tell us a little bit about how that interaction initially took place?
So initially, we got surrounded, and no, I believe they were on one side of the car, and
What side of the car were they on?
the driver's side. And everything was cordial at first, and then someone from the back shouted something, and then Jack Snyder replied back, and then things started getting out of hand, and the car got surrounded.
And when you say the things got out of hand, what kind of things were happening?
The tensions were escalating.
And when you say tensions, were people arguing?
They were.
At some point in time, did anything happen where was anything thrown at the car, or did anybody touch the car?
Yes, things were thrown, and the people were on the back of the car, bouncing on the rear bumpers. People were
Ooh.
outside the passenger
new.
window, the backseat windows, banging on the windows.
And when that
Wow.
happened, what if anything happened next with regards to the car?
With regards to the car, things were just getting way too out of hand. I was pretty scared at the moment, and then I don't remember who shouted, but someone said go, and Jack Snyder hit the gas pedal, and we went.
And when you went, where did you go?
We went down the road, about 2-3 houses, but they're pretty spread out.
And in States 49, can you see where you went down the road?
Yes, towards the top of the image.
So somewhere in this area here,
Yes.
the record can reflect, I'm pointing on the right side of the picture towards the top of the Laurel Glen. We're just before the intersection of Farmhouse Road and Laurel Glen.
Court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And when the car went up that way, what, if anything, happened when you were up there?
The individuals inside the car got out, including myself, and some Shelton kids ran up, and they were talking with Lito, Jack, and Tyler Silva.
So far, his is the most believable to
And
me up to this point.
If you can recall, who exactly got out of the car at that moment?
I don't remember.
Did you get out of the car at some point?
I did get out of the car at some point.
Why did you get out of the car?
Really because nothing good was happening there. Kind of walked into a trap and wanted to escape.
And you said other people from down the street ran down.
Yes.
And did they speak to any of you guys down the road?
They did not speak to myself, Demetrios, Kenzie, or Will. We were sitting on the curb away from the car, and they were talking to Tyler, Jack, and Leo.
And when they were talking to Tyler and Jack, what was the tone of the conversation? Not what they said, but what was the tone of the back and forth?
At first, everything was cordial, and then it escalated a little bit.
Was there any arguing going on?
Not really too much shouting. I would say it was pretty cordial at first.
At some point, well, let me ask you this. Did you witness the Shelton kids interacting with the defendant and Tyler and Jack?
Yes.
And did you witness any physical altercation down the road when the kids came down the road? Was there any fighting, physical fighting?
No.
How long would you say the interaction was between your group of friends and the Shelton kids?
I give it 5 minutes.
Now, I want to show you the Marcus States Exhibit 44. Yep.
Interesting. He said he walked into a trap. Good morning, Cupcake. Happy hump day.
Now, have you seen that before?
I have.
You've seen that in my office?
Yes.
Now, do you know whether or not that part of the video happens before you get out of the car or after you get out of the car?
I believe it happened before.
So you're kind of still in the car, a couple people get out or 3 people get out, walk down the road, you're in the car, and at some point, does Jack turn the car around and come back? How does that happen? Let us know what the
How I got to the curb area?
What's that?
How I got to the curb area?
Yeah, how that, so based on that, if that happens before you get out of the car, help us understand when you get out of the car in relation to that exhibit.
That video was pretty much a blur. That's one part of the night.
Right.
It was new to me once you showed me that video. Didn't exactly remember or recall exactly how all those events went down. I can't say if I got out of the car before that happened or after that happened. But I know before the individuals went back, I was already out of the car with a couple of my friends who I arrived with sitting on the curb.
So when you say the individuals went back, are you referring to the kids from the Shelton group?
No, I'm referring to Jack, Lito, and Tyler.
Oh, okay. So, well, let me ask you this. At some point, this is a small picture or small video of what happened down the road, right?
Mhm.
So at some point in time, you get out of the car with Will, Mackenzie, and Dimitri,
Yes.
and you sit on the curb.
Yes.
When you do that, is there an interaction between Tyler, Jack, and the defendant?
Yes.
Can you please explain what that interaction is like?
So the interaction was, first of all, it was agitated. The scene was tense. Lito was searching for a weapon in the car. He said, "Jack, where is your knife? Where the F is your knife?" And he was looking around in the glove box and the center console and did not find anything.
I'm sorry?
I did not see a knife.
How was the defendant reacting prior to looking for the knife?
He was on edge
Why was he on edge?
because he was upset from what happened to Jack's car.
And what kind of things was he saying to make you feel like he was upset? How was he acting?
It's going pretty insane. I'd say he was using vulgar language, cussing. Jack, look what the F they did to your car.
And after he said, "Look what the F that they did to your car," that's when he asked Jack, "Where's the knife?"
Yes.
How long would you say that was going on for down the street?
That they were searching?
Well, that the defendant was acting in an aggressive manner and cursing and going insane because of what happened to the car and then looking for the knife.
No more than 30 seconds.
And you indicated that you did not see a knife.
I did not.
Do you know whether or not the defendant ended up finding a knife?
After the fact,
Right, but at the moment,
I assume he found a knife, but in the moment, did not see a knife and believe for the rest of the night that he never found a knife because I never saw one.
Now, when you say that the three of them went back down the street, before they go back down the street, was there any talk about going back down the street by the defendant?
Yes.
What was he saying?
I don't remember the exact words they were saying, but there was conversation. I was too far away to hear the exact words, and they got back in and drove down.
Now, not telling us what either Jack or Tyler said, did any of those two individuals try to talk the defendant out of going back down the street?
Tyler did.
Now, at some point in time, you indicate that the car leaves to go down the street?
Yes.
Do you see who gets in Jack's car before going down the street?
Yes.
Oh.
Jack was driving, and Lito and Tyler Silva.
And when the car goes down the street, how long would you say the car was down the street for before it returned?
No more than 5 minutes.
And when it was down the street, what if anything, did you hear when it was down the street?
So it went down the street, and the four of us were talking amongst ourselves, trying to really figure out what was going on and how we ended up in the situation. And they drove down. You can kind of hear the tires screech a little bit, and so you know the car is stopping. And you can't see it, but you could hear it. One, because we were far away. Two, because it was dark. Three, there might have been something obstructing our view. You hear a lot of yelling, but it wasn't high-pitched yelling, which came next. It was more of a rowdy yelling, shouting, and then eventually it turned into a very high-pitched scream.
And after about 5 minutes of the yelling and then high-pitched screaming, did you witness the car return?
Yes.
And when the car returned, were you able to witness what Tyler De Silva looked like?
Yes.
And what did he look like?
He was bleeding a lot, bruised everywhere. I asked him a simple question, and I didn't really get an answer, so he was just about unconscious.
And were you able to witness what the defendant looked like?
Yes.
And how did the defendant appear to you?
Shocked. He had like a shocked look on his face. Didn't look as battered as Tyler De Silva was, nowhere near. But I wasn't inspecting him.
Now, at some point in time, when you, Will, Dimitri, and Mackenzie were waiting down the road, were you able to make arrangements to get another ride home?
Yes.
So how did that come about?
So once we were sitting on the curb, Carolyn, who was Will's girlfriend at the time, was picking him up. So Will was getting his ride home. And by the time the car returned before I saw Tyler and Lito after what happened, Will was already gone. His girlfriend picked him up. So he was gone. It was just me, Demetrius, and Mackenzie. And Mackenzie asked us if we needed a ride and her sister could bring us home.
And did you, in fact, get into the car with Mackenzie?
We did.
Again, this is Exhibit 44. I want to have you watch real quick. Is that Jack's car taken off?
Yes.
These individuals in the road getting into the car here, that's you and
Myself, Mackenzie, and Demetrius.
that's about 11:55 at night.
Sounds about right.
You hear the high-pitched screaming in the background? Did you hear that?
I did not hear it.
Interesting details being filled
So
in.
when Jack's car took off, do you know who left in Jack's car with him?
Tyler.
And who got into Mackenzie's sister's car?
So it was myself and Demetrios and Mackenzie. And then I shut the door. And then after, Lito got him.
Lito got in, the defendant?
Yes.
And when he got in, where did he sit in the car? Do you remember?
Rear side or back right,
And where were you seated in the car?
right next to him,
In the middle?
in the middle.
And on the car ride withdrawn, when you guys left Laurel Glen, who was the first to get dropped off?
Myself and Demetrios.
And how long was the ride from Laurel Glen to your house?
Say 8 minutes.
And in that 8-minute ride, did the defendant say anything in the 8-minute ride over?
No.
In that 8-minute ride, were you able to observe whether or not he had any blood on him?
I did not see any.
Did
Interesting.
it appear that he had been in a fight?
You can assume so.
But you didn't see, it didn't appear so?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Wow, this is interesting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Prasek.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
Nice to meet you.
We've never met before.
True.
You're nervous today.
Of course,
First time testifying in court.
it is.
Just going to go over with you some of your testimony, okay?
Let's see if he
Sounds good.
disappoints me too.
Now, in this case, this isn't the first time that you've spoken about this particular matter, right?
No.
You mentioned you met with the state's attorney a few times, correct?
Correct.
He showed you some videos, correct?
Correct.
He showed you these 2 videos that we saw today, correct?
Correct.
Have you also seen another video of the fight that took place in the front of Laurel Glen Drive?
No.
You've never seen the fight where Tyler De Silva is down on the ground?
No.
Are you aware that such a video exists?
I've heard chat about it.
Wow.
And in your case, you spoke, you gave 2 statements, right? You spoke with Detectives Iannotti and Nugent on May 16th,
Sounds right.
and again with Detective Dango and McPadden on September 1st, correct?
Yes.
You were telling us about being at 5 Lazy Brook Road earlier. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were invited to that party by whom?
I don't recall whom, but friends.
Did you see Austin Leifer there?
I did.
And what was Austin Leifer doing while you were there?
Drinking like everybody else.
And you told us that you had gone outside with somebody that was ill and throwing up. Do you remember that?
I do.
Was that Austin Leifer?
No.
Did you see Austin Leifer while you were outside?
No.
And you told us that you were there around 1 to 2 hours before these other kids who you said were uninvited arrived, correct?
Sounds about right.
And you were there for 1 to 2 hours, as well as Mr. Snyder and Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva?
We were there roughly the same amount of time.
You didn't see anybody try to kick them out of that party?
Please rephrase that.
So you didn't see anybody try to tell them to leave that party while you were there for that 1 to 2 hours, did you?
You're talking about the defendant?
Yes, and Mr.
No.
Snyder and Mr. De Silva.
Well, once the party ended, that's when everybody in a whole was asked to leave.
Everybody was kicked out at that point.
Yes. Yes.
But before that,
No.
you didn't see anybody tell them that they had to leave.
No.
And you saw a photograph earlier. Let's see, it's exhibit 53. You see that? Okay, you can see it now.
I do.
Is that photograph taken at the Leifer's house?
I believe so. Yes.
Appears to be.
Yes.
Can you identify either of these 2 folks in the background?
That's
Cannot.
what I wanted to know.
But to the best of your knowledge, that was taken down there in the basement because you recognize the basement where you were, correct?
If it's from the same night, I assume it's the basement.
Well, do you recall these outfits being the clothes that they were wearing?
Yes.
And did you see Mr. Valle that evening wearing some sort of neck pillow around his neck?
I don't recall seeing that now.
Do you recall seeing him wearing this motorcycle helmet?
No.
Interesting.
Does this banner on the back wall, does that look familiar to you?
I didn't pay too much attention to the decor.
Anything about that look to you like it's the basement where you were hanging out for 1 to 2 hours?
It's safe to say it is.
So you were there for 1 to 2 hours. This photograph you think was taken there in that basement. That's Mr. Valle and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
You don't recall anybody telling them, hey, you're not invited, you got to get out of here.
That never happened.
And while you were there, you were drinking Busch Light, you told us.
Yes.
You had 3 beers.
3.
And you said at some point you became aware that 3 uninvited individuals showed up. Did you actually see them show up?
No.
You were outside at that point.
My buddy was vomiting.
And what was your buddy's name again?
Ryan.
Ryan?
Ryan.
Was he also a St. Joe's student?
He was.
And you didn't see the fight that occurred in front of 5 Lazy Brook?
Did not.
But when you got back to the driveway, you said you saw a car go driving by and you heard some shouting coming from that car?
There was shouting.
What was the shouting?
F you, and then some vulgar language.
Some vulgar language, okay. Did that appear to be directed at anyone?
The people in the driveway.
And in the driveway, did that still include Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva, Mr. Valle?
I can't recall if they were in the driveway still or who was out there. I would assume so.
And at
That's
that point,
correct,
you told us you were
Kelly.
concerned about trying to get home, right?
A
Yeah.
different
And
Ryan.
you had with you Demetrios Arfanis, who had been planning to sleep over at your house that night,
Yes.
and Will Simchwell, right?
I don't know if Will was supposed to sleep at my house. I can't recall what our plans with Will were, but if he needed someplace to sleep, it would have been my house.
Okay, he was a friend of yours.
He was.
And the three of you were offered a ride by Jack Snyder.
Yes.
Had you ever ridden with Jack Snyder before?
Not to my knowledge.
Was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
Tyler DeSilva, was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
And Raul Valle, was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
When you say in school, what does that mean exactly?
Like we wouldn't go out of our ways to hang out with each other outside of school.
But on this night, at least,
Got
you
it.
happened to be at the same party.
Yes, we'd see each other at numerous parties before.
And so when you got into
Acquaintance.
Jack's car, it was yourself, Jack Snyder, Tyler DeSilva, Raul Valle, correct?
Yes.
Demetrios, Will Stenjwald, and Mackenzie Traficante.
Sounds right.
And so there were 7 of you in that pilot. Is that fair to
Sounds
say?
right. Yep.
Anybody else?
No.
And when you were in the car, what did it sound like in the car?
There was no music played.
No music playing?
No.
Interesting.
So you could hear everybody talking?
No.
Okay. Where were you seated?
In the back.
In the back as far as the trunk area, or in the back
The
as far
way
as
back.
row
Not in
of
the trunk
seats?
area.
So the
In-
row of
in the
seats
seat.
directly behind the
seat.
passenger and the driver.
Ah,
Yes.
middle seat, not the way back.
And which end of that seat were you on?
I don't remember.
Were you by a door?
I don't remember. I was in the back row of seats.
Who were you sitting beside?
I don't remember. I just remember Jack was driving and the 6 other individuals, including myself, were in the car.
Do you remember Demetrios being in the trunk area?
That I do remember
Okay, why do you remember that in particular?
because when we were surrounded outside the Rich House, I looked back to him and said, "We have to get out of here."
Was he the only one that was in the trunk area?
Will Sinjwal could have been, but he was in the car.
And you were shown a photograph showing you State's Exhibit 30. And you identified as the vehicle that you were riding in, correct?
It was a Honda Pilot.
And when you got in the vehicle that night, it did not have this shattered windshield, did it?
When I initially got in,
You initially got it.
it did not.
And you told us that you went over to Trumbull High School at that point, right?
We did.
And you met up with some girls there, you said.
Yes.
Were those also girls from the party that you had just been at?
Yes.
How did you know to meet up with them there at Trumbull High School?
Outside the Lifer household, everybody was piling into cars to try to find rides home, and we ended up mutually going to Trumbull High.
Meet at
Was that a sort of
Trumbull.
known meetup spot?
No,
You saw 2 other folks there that night too, right? Not just the girls. There was a car with 2 gentlemen in it, right?
Yes.
Do you remember who they were?
yes.
Who was that?
He remembers.
I know one of them was in there. Shane,
Shane,
coach.
and was one of them Mike Bagley?
Sounds about right.
And they were in a white BMW?
Yes.
And how do you know those 2 individuals?
I grew up with them.
Were they also students at St. Joe's?
They were students at Trumbull High School.
Okay, they were students at Trumbull High. The other 2 girls, though, they were students at St. Joe's.
Which girls are you referring to?
The 2 girls that you met at Trumbull High School.
I believe so. Yes.
And when you got to Trumbull High School, did you tell us that everybody got out of the car?
Mostly everybody got out of the car. Can't exactly remember how it all happened, but people were scattered.
And how long did the ride from 5 Lazy Brook to Trumbull High School take?
A few minutes,
3 or 4, 5 or 6,
5 or 6.
5 or 6 minutes. No drinking in the car on the way there?
No.
Was there alcohol in the car?
There could have been. I don't recall.
You didn't see anybody drinking?
No.
You didn't drink yourself?
No.
And you said you stayed there for about 20 minutes, right?
Sounds about right. Yes.
And then you got back into Jack's car and you thought that you were going home to your house, right?
Yes.
Because Jack had told you that he was going to be your ride home, right?
Because my ride, when I got to the Lifer household, left. So I didn't have a ride. Jack said he could bring me home.
I find him
And
very respectful.
everybody got back into the car at that point, right?
The 7 individuals that
So
were in the
far.
car, leaving the Lifer household, got back in the car.
And nobody said where you were going at that point. You just told us you assumed that you were going home, right?
I assumed I was going home with Demetrios and Will, or maybe Will was getting dropped off after. My house, compared to everybody else, is the closest to Trumbull High. So I assumed I was going home first.
Gotcha. Nobody said, hey, we're going somewhere else, right?
Not that I remember.
And I think you told us that you, while you were there, well, who were you talking to while you were outside of the car at Trumbull High School?
I can't recall everybody I talked to, or even who I talked to. It just wasn't. I wasn't talking to Lito, Jack, and Tyler.
So you said they were somewhere among themselves.
That sounds right.
Did you see them, or you just assumed that?
It was safe to assume.
Okay. So you didn't see them.
I saw that they weren't with me, so that means they have to be together.
But you didn't actually see them together, is what I'm asking.
I wasn't focusing my attention on them.
I understand that. You were talking to other people.
Yes,
I'm just saying you assumed that they were somewhere together, but you didn't actually see them somewhere together, did you?
they were at the car.
Oh, you saw them at the car?
Yeah.
Where were they at the car?
Mm,
I can't recall if they were inside or outside, but I was not near the car, so I wasn't with them.
interesting. Now we're starting to get
So you
into
don't have a
dicey
clear recollection of seeing them together at the car, right?
Yes,
That's yes, you don't have a clear recollection, right?
please repeat that.
You said yes, and it was either you do have a clear recollection
bad
of them being
question.
at the car, or you don't have a clear recollection.
Yes, I have a clear recollection they were at the car.
You have a clear recollection
And I
now
was
of
not
seeing
with
them at the car.
Yes,
You just said that they could have been in the car, they could have been out of the car.
They
Were
could
they
have
in the
been.
car or out of the car?
it's been 3 years.
I'm sorry?
It's been 3 years.
I understand that, sir. I'm just asking you what your recollection is. You said they could have been in the car, they could have been out of the car. Now you're telling me you have a clear recollection. Were they in the car? Were they out of the car?
I guess my recollection's not clear enough. They were around the car.
well, that's better.
And do you recall what they were doing when they were around the car?
Most likely chatting.
Not what were they most
Were
likely doing,
they?
sir. What do you recall them doing when you told us now that they were around the car?
Chatting.
You saw them chatting?
Yes.
What did you see in their hands?
I don't recall seeing anything in their hands.
You sure you're not assuming that they must have been there because you don't recall seeing them with your groups of friends that you were talking to?
I'm going to object based on it's a little argumentative.
I'm going to overrule it.
I'm gonna ask you to repeat that, please.
Are you sure that you're not assuming that they must have been by the car because you don't recall seeing them with the groups of friends that you were with?
So where we were near the baseball field at Trumbull High. The car was parked maybe 20 feet away. We were sitting near a curb or talking to a car near the curb. So they were in our point of view. So yes, I saw.
Okay, so you did see them at the car.
Yes.
You saw them inside the car?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow the follow-up. There's been some confusion. Go ahead.
They were in the car.
Not outside the car.
They were in the car.
They were in
They
the
were
car.
in the car now.
They were in the car.
Oi,
Windows up or
boy.
windows down.
I don't recall.
And when you left the parking lot at Trumbull High School, you said you knew that you weren't going to your house because the car took a left to Shelton, right?
Yes.
And you live in Trumbull.
I do.
And at that point, you said you assumed that they were going to drop off Mackenzie because you knew she lived in Shelton, right?
Yes.
And nobody said, hey, we're leaving right now and we're going somewhere, correct?
No, nobody said it.
The car just started following this direction, right?
Yes, I assumed I was going home.
And there was another car following you, right? The white BMW.
There was.
And that was Shane Kocher and Mike Bagley's car.
They don't share a car. I believe it was Shane's car.
It was Shane's car. Mike Bagley was with him.
Yes.
And you saw them following you.
They were going to follow me.
And how long was the ride from Trumbull High School to Tyler Rich's house?
More than 5 minutes.
More than 5 minutes?
I thought he
Less than
said
10?
8 on direct.
I don't recall the exact time frame, but it was more than 5 minutes.
Had you been there before?
I've not.
And you said that initially the car came up to 43 Laurel Glen but drove by it, right?
Yes.
When you drove by, you could see that there were people already outside of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
How many people?
I can't put an exact number on it, but it was less than the amount of people that surrounded the car once we turned around.
Okay, and you said that was
Oh.
at least 20 people, right?
Yes.
Could have been as many as 30?
Could have been.
Interesting.
And so when you drove by the house the first time, was it 10 people in the yard, 15 people in the yard?
I can't put an exact number on it.
Was it 5 people in the yard?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You drove by, you saw these people in the yard, and then the car turned around at the cul-de-sac. Was that down at Farmhouse Lane where the car stopped later on?
I'd have to look at a map, but we drove by the Rich house and turned around.
Mr. Isaac, I don't mean to surprise you, but I'm going to come around you now and show you what is on the easel. State's Exhibit 1. Let's see if that can help us a little bit, okay? You got a pointer right there beside you. All right, do you see the red dot?
Yes.
Does that look like 43 Laurel Glen that we saw in the other pictures?
It does.
And did the car that you were riding in come up Adams Drive and turn left onto Laurel Glen?
I don't recall the exact route we took in.
But at some point you went past 43 Laurel Glen, right?
We were in front of Laurel Glen and then turned around at the cul-de-sac.
And when you say turned around at the cul-de-sac, which cul-de-sac are you describing using that Exhibit 1 in front of you?
There's only one up there.
That's on
So you went down to the end of Adams Drive and turned around.
Oh.
Yes.
And that is different than the other end of the street where you have the intersection with Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Yes.
So you were in the vehicle and it drives past. You can see people in the yard, go up to the end of Adams Drive, car turns around, right?
Yes.
And at that point, where did the vehicle go?
After we turned around,
Yes.
it was back out in front of the rich household,
And when you say back out in front of the rich house,
in front of the driveway.
blocking the driveway so the cars couldn't get out.
I don't believe it was blocking the driveway,
I'm gonna
but
show you.
it was in the road.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 49. Can you see that up on your screen?
Yes.
Here we go again.
And can you describe for us using this picture where that car parked?
Where the driveway meets the road, but in the middle of the road.
In the middle of the road.
It was not in the driveway.
Not in the driveway.
Yes.
Closer to the other side of the street or closer to the driveway?
I can't recall.
And then at that point, the car stopped, correct?
Yes.
And you said that at least 20 people surrounded the car, right?
Not at first.
Okay.
They were on the driver's side.
Okay. How many people were there at first on the driver's side?
Under 20.
Under 20.
Yes.
More than 10?
Yes.
And you said at first they were only on the driver's side and that at first it was peaceful.
Yes.
What was peaceful about it? Can you describe what was happening?
There wasn't any shouting. I would say that's peaceful.
Okay. Were people talking?
Yes.
Were the windows
Not. I believe the only window rolled down was the driver's side window.
When you say yours was not, where were you?
In the back.
And you were near a window? You were up against a door?
I don't recall, but I was in the back seat, and the nearest window would have been one of those two windows in the back.
Was there any music on inside the car as you drove there?
Can't recall.
And you said people were talking, correct?
Amongst themselves.
When you say amongst themselves, is that within the vehicle itself or between the two groups?
When we were surrounded,
Yes.
or when they're on the driver's side, like that time.
When they're on the driver's side and you've described it as being peaceful and people were talking.
Yep.
Who was talking? Was that within the car or was that between the two
It was
groups?
between the two groups.
Did you hear any threats being made?
At first, no.
Did you see any weapons?
No.
And then you said things started getting out of hand, right?
Sounds right.
You described tensions were escalating, right?
Sounds right.
And was Mr. Valle uttering threats at that point?
I can't recall Mr. Valle talking at that point.
You don't recall Mr. Valle talking to any of the people outside the vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Fair.
And do you recall where Ms. Trafficante was?
Can't recall. She was in the car.
She was in the car.
She was.
Was she sitting on Mr. Valle's lap?
I can't exactly recall.
Fair.
Your attention was directed to the people outside the vehicle that were becoming more aggressive. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you've described that things were being thrown at the vehicle.
Things were thrown.
Do you know what was being thrown?
Wow.
Objects.
What kind of objects?
Hard objects.
Hard objects. Do you know, can you describe any of those objects?
I can't,
How did you know they were hard objects
because they made a loud sound.
as they hit the car?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shatter?
I did not.
You said that people were on the back of the car,
Yes.
like on the bumper,
On the bumper.
standing on it,
Standing on the bumper.
bouncing up and
Wow.
down.
Bouncing up and down.
You could feel that inside the vehicle.
If someone's
Wow.
bouncing on the bumper, the car bounces. So
How
yes.
many people were on the back?
I can't put a number on it.
More than one?
I can't remember.
I'll allow.
You can't put a number on?
No.
There were people on the passenger side as well at this point?
Once things got out of hand, yes.
Once things got out of hand, as you've described it, in fact, the car was completely surrounded, right? People on all sides.
Yes.
At least 20 people at that point.
Wow.
Yes, could have been more.
Could have.
And you said you were pretty scared.
I was.
Wow. This is providing a lot of
What do you think
clarity
those
for
people were
me.
gonna do to the car?
Reaction calls for speculation.
Sustained.
What was scary about that to you?
You're 7 people trapped inside a car. People banging on it, throwing things at it, bouncing the car.
You weren't driving the car, right?
No.
You had no ability to make that car move, did you?
Did not,
Why didn't you just get out the door and walk away from the vehicle at that point?
because there was an individual right outside my window,
And what was that individual right outside your window doing?
banging on the car.
Banging on the door?
Oh,
Yes,
How many
How
people were on
scary.
the passenger side at that point?
more than I could count.
People in front of the vehicle as well?
Yes.
And could you hear a rumbling sound of fists and feet kicking and punching the vehicle?
I wouldn't call it rumbling. I can't remember the exact sound, but you could definitely hear the car being hit.
Did anybody get on the front of the car and bounce up and down like they did on the back?
I don't believe so.
Did you see anybody reach into the driver's side of the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anybody put their body into the driver's side of the vehicle?
I don't recall seeing any of that.
Do you recall any sort of struggle between the driver, Jack Snyder, and anybody from the group?
No, I was too focused on what was going on around me. I didn't have enough time or the attention to look in front of me.
You said at that point you're pretty scared and someone said go, right?
Someone within the car did.
Someone in the car said go.
Someone outside of the car wouldn't tell him to go.
I'm sorry?
Someone outside of the car wouldn't tell Jack Snyder to go.
not
Somebody outside the
according
car would not tell
to
Jack Snyder
their
to go.
Yes, it would not make
testimony.
sense.
So
He has
somebody
no
in the car
idea.
said, go. You felt the gas be hit and the car starts going down the road, right?
Yes.
Did you have a sense of relief at that point?
I don't remember how I was feeling, but I was not happy.
Still scared?
Yes.
Terrified.
That's a good way to put it.
Aw.
And you said towards the top of the photo you were shown, which showed the intersection of Laurel Glen Drive and Farmhouse Lane, the vehicle stopped, right?
It did.
And you saw on the ring video people chasing the vehicle down there, correct?
That's what the video showed, yes.
Do you recall that?
I can't recall it. That's just a blank.
Just a blank.
Yes.
So you don't recall while the car was going down towards Farmhouse Lane that things were being thrown at the car?
I don't remember any of that.
You don't recall being chased?
I must have been in some sort of shock where that part is just a blur. All I remember is getting back on the curb.
He's very
Was that-
honest about his
Could you identify
answers.
yourself as one of those people who got out of the car there and sat on the curb?
I was within the 4 people that sat on the curb.
So you say you were within the 4 people. You saw in that video that some people get out of the car, but the car itself continued to move, correct?
That's what the video looked like, yes.
Did you get out of the car before it continued to move?
I can't recall that.
So you don't know if you were one of those people that initially got out before it moved.
No.
And when you got out of the car and you went and sat on the curb, where were you as far as using Exhibit 1 there behind you? Can you show us where you sat? If you still have the pointer there, that might be helpful.
I believe we were around this area.
Can the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is pointing to the area just in front of what has been identified before as 36 Laurel Glen?
Court will allow the record to reflect that information. Thank you.
And which side of the road did you sit on?
After driving away from the rich household, I was on the right side of the road.
You were on the right side of the road. So you were closest to that house, 36 Laurel Glen Drive, as opposed to the other side of the road?
Yes, I can't put a number on the house, but I remember there was a house behind us.
And you were on the side where the house was, right?
Yes.
And who was there with you when you were there by that house?
Mackenzie, Demetrios, and Will.
So there's 4 of you there. How close are you to one another?
Pretty close.
As like you could reach out and touch all of them?
I probably could have.
And when you were there, where did the car go, the Pilot that was driven by Jack Snyder?
It went back towards the rich household.
I'm sorry?
It went back towards the rich household.
So immediately after you got out, the car turned around and went back?
The car was stationary.
So the car was stationary. Where was it when you were sitting on the curb?
I can't recall how far away it was, but it was within view.
It was within view.
Yes, it was.
Can you point out on Exhibit 1 there where that car was?
I cannot.
You can't.
No,
Do you see the intersection there on Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane?
I did.
Was it at the intersection?
I can't recall.
So you don't know if it was beyond that intersection?
I can't recall.
You can't recall how far away that car was?
No.
And while you were sitting on the curb, you told us that the cars moved some distance away, but you can't tell us how far away it was. But you did see some Shelton High kids come running up from the direction of 43 Laurel Glen. You recall that?
Yes.
How many kids were coming running up?
Can't put an exact number on it. I'd say less than 5.
Less than 5. Did you stay in this tight group of 4 throughout the course of while you were in front of that house, or did people split up a little bit?
I can't recall. They might have split up.
You told us before that you felt like you'd walked into a trap.
Sounds right.
And you said
He did say
you
that.
were sitting on the curb away from the car and you couldn't hear what was being said between the Shelton High kids and the other kids from St. Joe's, right?
I couldn't hear the exact words. You could obviously hear that they're talking. Can't make out the words. But yes, they were talking.
You said at first everything was cordial, right?
It was.
And then it escalated,
It did.
but you couldn't hear what was being said.
No.
And the car was still stationary at that point.
It was.
You don't know how far away it was.
Nope.
You didn't see any fighting going on between those groups.
I did not.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle over, if you're looking at Exhibit 1, just before the house where you've described yourself as sitting, you see there's an area where there are some woods or some bushes there?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle in that area?
If you don't mind, are you talking about this area over here?
No, sir. Remember where you described yourself as being? Okay, look, if you would, just before that house, on the same side where you described yourself as sitting. Sorry, just that. There we go. See that area of bushes?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle over there?
No.
Because he was down some direction away from that by the car, according to your recollection, right?
Yes.
Interesting.
You never saw anybody spray Mr. Valle in the face with anything?
No.
You never saw a can of PD blaster being thrown?
No.
Interesting.
And you think that that lasted about 5 minutes down there, correct?
Yes, it was pretty cordial.
It was pretty cordial, but then you said it escalated.
It did.
What was the nature of the escalation?
I believe it was between Mr. Rich and Ty DeSilva. It turned into louder shouting, and then it almost looks like one's trying to calm another down. It looks like Tyler was trying to calm down Tyler Rich, who was pretty hot.
So now you can tell us that, in fact, you could identify two of those people that you saw down there as being Tyler Rich and Tyler DeSilva.
I know it was those two people.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
I know his name from social media, I'd say.
And Tyler Rich was one of the as many as 5 kids from Shelton High that you saw down there.
He was among them.
Could you identify any of the other kids that were down there from Shelton High?
I could not.
Did you see Mr. Valle interacting with Mr. Rich?
Maybe they were chatting, but I can't put a definite on that.
Okay, so you couldn't tell
But
us that you saw Mr. Valle chatting
Mr.
with
Valle,
Rich.
Mr. DeSilva, and Jack Snyder were together.
They were together. Which way was the vehicle facing at that point?
I can't recall which way.
Did you see brake lights or did you see headlights?
I don't know.
Were the doors open or closed?
I don't know.
You saw Mr. Valle, Mr. DeSilva, and Mr. Snyder all outside of the car together.
All three of them were outside the car.
Which side of the car were they on?
I can't tell you that.
Were they moving around from place to place?
I don't remember.
So the vehicle stayed down further away from you in this stationary position, correct?
Yes.
Until at some point you saw 3 people get back into it and the vehicle drove back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes, 3 individuals got in the car and drove back to Laurel Glen.
And you, Mackenzie, Demetrius, and Will were still on the curb in that same spot.
We were still on the curb.
Did you ever get up and move around to get closer to see what was going on down there?
When they went back,
No, when this was going on, what you've described down as the intersection with the Shelton High kids and
I can't recall. I believe we were on the curb.
you think you were just sitting on the curb?
Yes.
And then you said you heard Mr. Valle say to Jack Snyder, "Where's your knife? Where the fuck is your knife?" Right?
That did happen.
That's the only thing that you heard while you were seeing this interaction go on, that you told us you could not see or hear what else was going on?
No, you actually asked. You didn't ask me when I heard about the knife.
Okay.
It was. Can't put an exact time frame on it, but it was when I was either in the car, just outside the car, but it happened before the 3 of them went back, and it happened after the 7 of us arrived initially on Laurel Glen.
Okay.
Sometime between the time that you first got there and were surrounded
Yes.
and the time that they went back to the house,
Yes.
that's as close as you can tell us when you claim to have heard this.
Yes.
So you could have been in the vehicle when you heard this, or you could have been on the curb when you heard this.
I don't think I was on the curb because I saw with my eyes he was looking in the glove compartment and the center console.
Mr. Valle was seated in the back seat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
So
That's
who was
what
driving?
everybody says.
Jack Snyder.
And Tyler DeSilva was the front passenger, was he not?
Yes.
He could have been. I don't remember.
That's tough.
But if Lido Valley was seated in the back seat, your recollection is that he was in the glove box looking for a knife.
If he happened to be in the back seat, I think it's within an arm's reach the center console in the glove compartment. But I do not know if he was in the shotgun seat or in the back.
But this Honda Pilot, do you recall it being the interior being somehow different than the typical car where the glove box is right in front of the passenger?
Can you repeat that?
I'm sure. Was there something different about this Honda Pilot that the glove box was not directly in front of the passenger?
I don't believe so. I believe it was a normal car.
But your recollection is that Mr. Valley was able to reach into the glove box and was tearing the whole place apart trying to get it.
The glove box and the center console were being rummaged through.
And you said that he was on edge and he was looking for the knife because he was upset from what happened to Jack Snyder's car, right?
I don't know exactly why he was looking for it, but he was searching for it.
Yeah,
you
that's
told
what he
us-
said.
He was in the glove box. He was on edge. He was upset from what had happened to Jack Snyder's car.
Mhm.
He was
remember telling us
upset.
that?
He was upset.
So this must have occurred after you had already gotten there and the car had been surrounded, right?
Yes.
Sounds right.
So did it happen as the car was driving from in front of 43 Laurel Glen to down where you got out of the vehicle?
Sounds about right.
Okay, so now you can tell us, oh, actually, you know what? That is what happened. It was while we drove from 43 Laurel Glen down to 36.
No, that's you narrowing it down, and it sounds right.
It sounds right. Are you just agreeing with me to agree with me, or do you have a
No, he wouldn't
recollection?
be rummaging through a glove box if there was nothing going on. Like when we were just approaching, he would not be rummaging through a glove box.
Do you recall the vehicle moving while he was, as you put it, rummaging through the glove box?
Cannot recall.
Do you recall him leaning up into the glove box area?
I cannot recall.
But you recall him being in the glove box.
The glove box was opened, and the center console was opened.
You saw those things happen.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Snyder pull the knife out of the console?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Snyder with the knife?
No, I never saw a knife.
You never saw the knife.
Never saw a knife.
Interesting.
Of Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva, and Mr. Valley, who did you know best?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. They were all friends
They were all friends.
Yes.
I think
How long had you known
acquaintances.
Mr. Snyder?
since freshman year.
How long had you known Mr. De Silva?
Freshman year.
And how long had you known Mr. Valley?
Freshman year.
All since freshman year?
Yes.
You were a sophomore at this point.
Yes.
So you'd only known them for about 2 school years?
Sounds right.
Never knew them before that?
No.
And you're certain that this occurred while you were in the vehicle,
I said in or around.
in or around?
Yes, I could have been just outside the vehicle, but I was able to see it.
So when you say in or around, you mean you might have been in the vehicle and you saw him going into the glove box, or you might have been outside the vehicle on the curb and you saw him go in the glove box.
No,
Okay,
I was not on the curb when this occurred.
you're sure? of
I
that?
think he was outside of the
Yes.
vehicle.
What do you mean when you say around the vehicle?
Within 2 feet outside the car.
So you were outside the car possibly,
I said I could not recall whether I was inside or outside.
and you were within 2 feet. You couldn't tell us how far away that car was before, but now you're saying that when this happened, you were either in the car or you were outside of it, but only within 2 feet of it.
I didn't, the knife, looking for the knife or a knife, did not happen when I was on the curb.
But when did it happen?
When I was either in the car, because I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Either when you were in the car would imply that there's an or, and you've told us before, or when you were outside of the car, right?
Possibly could have been once we drove away and we were all starting to get out of the car. Then I
Why
went
is he
down the
getting
curb.
so stuck on this,
But it was
this
before I
particular
sat on the curb.
witness?
Before they went back, and it happened after we arrived.
So you can't be certain of where you were when this happened. Is that fair to say?
I can be certain that I saw it with my 2 eyes.
You can't be certain of where you were
Where
when you
you
saw
were.
it with your 2 eyes. Is that fair to say?
I was within 2 feet of the car, if not in the car.
So no, you can't.
When
Okay.
you're down in front of that house, was the car only 2 feet away with you?
When we're where?
when you were down in front of the house where you described getting out on the curb? Was the car only 2 feet away from you now?
When I was on the curb,
Yes.
I told you I couldn't put a number on the exact feet I was from the
No.
car, but it was further than 2 feet.
Further than 2 feet, right? So
Yes.
far away that you couldn't hear what was going on down there, you told us.
That's what I said, yes.
But you think that you could see the glove box rummaging going on.
Like I said before, it did not happen when I was on the curb. When I was on the curb, that's when Tyler Rich and everybody came over and they were talking. So it happened before I went and sat on the curb.
It happened either when you were in the car, right? Or when you were outside of the car, right?
Not on the curb, though.
But you can't tell us.
I
which
said
of
I was
those two it
within
was.
2 feet.
And in fact, you told us you never saw a knife that night, right?
Never saw him.
But you heard about it afterwards, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you told us afterwards you came to learn that there was a claim of a knife being involved, right?
When the police contacted me, yes.
Ah, so the police told you, hey, there was a knife involved. Right.
Objection to what the police told them.
Sustained.
You learned from the police that they thought there was a knife involved, right?
Objection to.
Sustained.
How did you
That's
learn?
when I got clarification.
And then you told us that the four of you, that being Mackenzie Traficante, Will Sinjwal, Demetrius Arfanos, you were talking amongst yourselves down there, right? The vehicle left.
Yes,
You could not see the car, but you could hear some yelling going on, correct?
correct.
You heard a high-pitched scream, you told us, correct?
Correct.
And then the car returned, right?
It did.
And at that point, you were how far away from the vehicle?
We got up and approached the vehicle.
Okay. And so you were close enough that you could see that Tyler De Silva was bleeding, right?
Yes,
Bleeding a lot, you said, right?
profusely.
Bruised everywhere, right?
Sounds right.
And I think you described him as being just about unconscious, right?
That's what I said.
And you said
Yeah.
you could also see Mr. Valley?
I could see him. I
Where
was
was he?
not. I was not inspecting him
Where was he?
in the car.
Where?
I can't tell you exactly.
You don't know if he was in the passenger side or in the back seat?
I know Tyler De Silva was in the back seat.
Tyler De Silva was in the back seat.
Yes,
You don't know where you saw Mr. Valley?
No.
Could have been in the back seat?
Could have.
Could have been in the passenger seat?
he could have.
Could have been driving?
No,
No. Who was driving?
Jack Snyder.
The whole time, right?
I did not go down there and see what happened, but it's safe to assume so. Yes,
You didn't see anybody else drive that vehicle that night, right?
No.
That was Jack Snyder's car, right?
it was.
And you said that Mr. Valley looked shocked, correct?
Yes,
You said he did not look as battered as Mr. De Silva,
I did say that.
but he looked battered.
It didn't. He didn't look as bad as Mr. De Silva, but it also looks like he didn't. Like nothing happened to him. Like he looked like he was in a fight.
Looked like he was in a fight. Looked like he'd been punched in the face.
I can't tell if he was punched in the face. I was not inspecting him like that.
When you say he looked like he'd been in a fight, what do you mean?
Shocked, exhausted, could have been bruising. But my attention was more towards Mr. De Silva.
You heard Mr. Valley say that he was on his back.
I did.
That he'd been on the ground.
Object. That's false or hearsay. It's a late objection, but to what the defendant said,
This is what Mr. De Silva said. It's
No, Your Honor, this is what Mr. Valley
Mr.
said.
Valley said.
it's hearsay.
It is here, so it's,
This is
That's
the statement of the defendants.
it's your client's statement. It's not opposition. I'll sustain the objection based on the hearsay.
Ask that it be stricken from the record, please.
Court will strike it from the record.
Wow,
You're
that's a
moving
new
to-
one for me.
Certainly.
Yeah, I don't blame him for the sidebar.
Let me just take a moment to clarify. So ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the court did strike the last response from the record. And again, the attorney's question is not to be considered evidence. Thank you.
We described him as being not as battered as Mr. De Silva.
Typically, I just want to clear this up, and why I'm kind of surprised this was ruled the way it was is typically when it is a defendant's statement, it is allowed in. There is no hearsay rule for that. So I don't know what I don't know the legal reason for why she's not allowing that statement. Those are the only statements that are typically allowed are utterances that the defendant themselves has made. So I'm baffled by that one.
But you admit you weren't inspecting him, so to speak.
Yes.
At that point, Mr. Sinjwald got a ride from Carolyn Takis,
Yes.
and Madison Traficante came to pick you up, correct?
Yes. Simultaneously.
It was about an 8-minute ride to your home, right?
Sounds about right. Yes.
And you were sitting right beside Mr. Valley, correct?
I was.
Were you inspecting him at that point?
No.
Was there any music on in the car at that point?
I believe so. Yes.
Loud music?
I don't know.
Do you recall when you spoke to officers about this before, telling them that you did not hear any comments about a knife when they drove down the road and everyone exited the vehicle?
Please repeat.
Do you recall telling officers when you spoke to them on September 1st that you do not recall hearing any comments about a knife when they drove down the road and everyone exited the vehicle?
I'm not too sure what you're talking about.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination definitely clarified
I'll
things for
just ask you a
me.
little bit about, when the car goes down the street, people are getting out. There's this moment where you say you get out of the car and then you go sit by the curb. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Car goes down the street. At what moment when the car goes down the street after the incident in front of 43 Laurel Glen, do you hear the defendant ask, Jack, where's the knife? Let me get the knife.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Well, this is redirect, so overruled.
Can you repeat that, please?
At what point do you
He
hear
doesn't know.
in the timeline, right? To the
Yep.
best of your recollection, when you drive down the street towards Farmhouse Road, you say you get out of the car at some point and then you're close to the car and you sit on the curb. But do you hear the defendant ask for the knife as you're getting out of the car and then you go sit at the curb, or do you go sit at the curb and then come back closer to the car and hear the defendant ask for the knife?
It was before I sat on the curb.
So when you drive down the street, there's a conversation between the defendant and Jack Snyder where the defendant asks him for the knife prior to you getting out, or just as you're getting out of the car.
Yes, it was prior.
And when you get out of the car, after you hear that, when do you observe him looking inside the car for the knife?
It was prior to myself and others sitting on the curb.
And at some point after you witness him looking for the knife in the car, is that when you go sit by the curb?
Yes, it was after.
And when you're sitting by the curb, I think you indicated you were sitting on the curb if I may approach, Your Honor.
I think it all happened
Did you
simultaneously. I think
indicate
they
you
were
sitting on the curb
bailing out
at
of
this point in
the
front of
car and
what
he
has
was
been,
looking for it.
referred to as 36 Laurel Glen? You were somewhere in this area here after that conversation occurred between the defendant and Jack Snyder?
Yes, I believe so.
So if the record can reflect, I'm referring to the area in front of 36 Laurel Glen on the right side of the road.
Record can reflect.
So at some point in time, you're seated on the curb. Does the car move away from where you were seated on the curb?
The car does move away.
How far?
Oh, you're saying he couldn't elicit it because it's his only if it's party opponent. Okay. I gotcha. Thank you so much for clarifying that, Sarah Ellen. Yes, that explains it to me because I'm like, why are you ruling this way? Because the way I've always understood it, yeah. Hank could play Karen videos, but defense couldn't. Gotcha. Thank you so much for putting me in my place. I needed it.
How away does it move?
Well, it eventually went back. And
Okay. So when the car is in that area where you're seated, is it facing Farmhouse Road at this point, or is it facing Laurel Glen? I mean, facing Adams.
I can't exactly recall which way it was facing.
But at some point, the car,
Turned around and must have turned
the
around.
defendant, Jack, and Tyler get in that car, turns around and maybe goes back to 43 Laurel Glen.
They did go back.
So to the best of your recollection, the defendant asking for the knife happens after the incident in front of 43 Laurel Glen, but before they go back to 43 Laurel Glen.
And 43 Laurel Glen is the Rich household, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So the next thing I think you said on cross-examination that when counsel asked you, when did Lito ask for the knife? You said it happened before I went and sat on the curb and before Tyler Rich came over to talk. Is that right? Do you recall when the series of events,
Yes.
that's when it happened? Before Tyler Rich came down the street? Before there was
No, it was before they went back and after the car got surrounded.
Okay.
Outside the Rich household.
That's the
He
best
doesn't
you
know
can-
more
That is the
specifically
best
than
I can
that.
work with.
Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further by the defense?
You were seated on the curb and you claim you saw my client reaching into the glove box.
Not when I was on the curb.
Not when you were on the curb.
I just explained I wasn't on the curb.
You were in the car when you saw him reaching in the glove box.
I was within 2 feet, if not in the car, because I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
You weren't on the curb. You weren't in the car.
I could have been in the car.
You could have been in the car. You could have been out of the car.
I saw it with my own 2 eyes and heard it.
Answer the question,
What did you
sir.
see with your own 2 eyes?
The glove box and center console opened and rummaged through
Was the defendant in the car or out of the car?
in the car.
Where was he seated?
I told you I don't remember.
That's pretty
The vehicle dropped you off by the curb.
weird.
Where
I
you sat
got
down.
out of the car and sat on the curb.
You didn't walk a long distance from where you got out of the car?
I can't recall that.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, you're all set. Thank you. Watch the step as you exit the witness box.
Interesting.
I'll
I
ask the state to please call its next witness.
I don't find him to be a punk at all. I find him to be pretty
Demetrius,
credible.
Do us a favor, just sit close to the microphone, speak loudly. These ladies and gentlemen need to hear you, okay?
All right.
Is it Demetrios or Dimitri?
The full name is Demetrius, but I go by Dimitri.
Do you mind if I call you Dimitri?
That's fine, yeah.
Dimitri, how old are you?
I'm 20.
And do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to school?
Clemson in
And what
South
year?
Carolina.
And what year are you?
I'm going into my junior year.
And do you know why you're here today?
I do.
And why are you here today?
To talk about what happened back in May 2022.
And have you and I met before
We have.
concerning this case?
Yeah.
Now, directing your attention to May 14th of 2022, how old were you back then?
I was 17.
And were you in school?
I was
What school were you in?
St. Joseph's High School
And where's St. Joseph's located?
in Trumbull.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
We went to the same school.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler DeSilva?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
We also went to the same school.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
Went to the same school.
Is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
He is
And what is he wearing?
a blue suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Record will reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valley. Thank you.
No, Dimitri, does the defendant have a nickname that he goes by?
We called him Lido.
And I want to direct your attention to that day, May 14th, 2022. Sometime earlier in the night, did you attend a party at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
I did.
Can you please tell us the circumstances surrounding you attending that party?
I went to have a good night with my friends.
And were you invited there?
Yeah, I believe so.
Who invited you?
The lifer. Austin lifer.
And when you got there, what time of day do you think it was?
It was probably like 9 o'clock.
So it was nighttime?
Yes, sir.
And when you got there, what kinds of things were happening at the Lifer household?
People were just drinking, having a good time, talking, catching up.
When you say drinking and having a good time, what were the things that people were drinking?
Beer, alcohol.
And were you drinking that night?
I was.
How much did you have to drink?
Not that much. A few
So
drinks.
What were you drinking?
Beer, I'd say.
So you had about 2 beers maybe?
Yeah.
2 beers.
And at some point in time, did you become aware of individuals from Shelton High School that arrived at the Lifer household?
I found out after the fact. I
Okay.
never saw him.
So tell me the circumstances surrounding when you were there, what was going on, and then after the fact when you found out something had happened.
So I was just in the basement and I found out that some kids had gotten in a fight, but I didn't see it or anything.
Where were you when the fight happened?
I was in the basement.
And do you know who the fight was between?
Not sure now.
Not sure. Okay. I'm going to show you this exhibit. I want you to tell me if you recognize anybody. See exhibit 53. Do you recognize anybody in this photo?
Yeah.
Who do you recognize?
Jack Snyder and Lido Valley
Okay, which one is Jack Snyder
in the red hoodie
and which one's Lido?
and the blue Ole Miss t-shirt.
And you recall seeing the defendant dressed like this on May 14th of 2022?
I do.
And was he dressed like this the entire time he was at Lazy Brook?
The helmet wasn't always on, but for the most part, yeah.
So he was there with Jack?
Yeah.
Was Tyler DeSilva also there?
Yes.
Now, tell us about how long were you there at Lazy Brook before you left?
Like an hour.
You were there for like an hour? And why did you leave Lazy Brook?
The mom kicked everyone out
And when did you become aware that a fight had occurred at Lazy Brook?
towards the end.
Towards the end?
Yeah.
Do you recall who told you?
No.
Do you recall everybody that was at that party that
No.
night? Is it safe to say they were all St. Joe's students?
Yeah.
Now, at some point in time, well, let me ask you this. How did you get to Lazy Brook?
My other friend drove me, but he left.
Which friend was that?
My friend Mickey.
Mickey?
Yeah.
Was he also Keenan's ride home?
Yes.
And why was he going to bring you and Keenan home?
Because we didn't want to drive, and he offered to drive us.
Were you supposed to go straight home that night?
Yeah.
Now,
Back to Keenan's.
I'm sorry?
I was sleeping at Keenan's that night.
okay. And
That makes
so
sense.
Mickey left?
Yes.
When did Mickey leave? Do you recall?
Right when we got there, he didn't go in the house.
Okay. And he never came back to pick you up?
No.
And when the party got broken up that night, did you have a ride home when they took you out?
No.
So what did you do for a ride home?
Keenan told me that Jack had offered to drive us home.
So did you go, in fact, get into Jack's car?
Excuse me?
Did you go with Jack that night?
Yes.
What kind of car was Jack driving that night?
A Honda Pilot.
Showing you State's Exhibit 30. Is that Jack's car?
It is.
And did you get into Jack's car with other people?
I did.
Who else was in the car with you when you were getting ready to leave Lazy Brook?
It was Jack, Tyler, Will, Keenan, Lido, Mackenzie, and myself.
Now you say Mackenzie. Who's Mackenzie
It was Lido's girlfriend
at the time?
at the time, yeah.
And you know her how?
It's just same school. We just mutual people.
And you say Will. Will who?
Will Sindwald.
And how do you know Will?
Again, we went to the same school.
So it was you, Keenan, you, Keenan, Lito, Tyler, Jack, Mackenzie, and Will. Right? That's it, Will twice?
Correct. I think so. Both ways.
All right. So when you left Lazy Brook, which one? Prior to leaving Lazy Brook, did you become aware of a group chat that had started concerning the fight that happened at Lazy Brook?
No,
Now are you aware there was a group chat that had happened that night?
I was aware when we were at Trumbull High, but not at Lazy Brook.
Okay. So at some point in time, when you left Lazy Brook, where did you go?
To Trumbull High.
And why did you guys go to Trumbull High School?
We were trying to find like another place to go to just to continue our night, and that was kind of like the closest spot.
And when you got to Trumbull High School, did you meet anybody there?
There was one other car there, yeah.
And who was there? Do you recall?
I don't know them.
Do you recall if they were girls or boys?
Girls.
Girls. And when you got to Trumbull High School, did you get out of Jack's car?
We did.
And when you got out of Jack's car, where did you go?
We just went to a fence for the bathroom.
Oh, you walked away from the car?
Yeah,
And when you were walking away from the car, were there people that stayed at the car?
I'd imagine, yeah.
Were you with anybody when you walked away from the car?
Yeah, I don't remember who though.
Okay. How long would you say you were at Trumbull High School for?
Like 20 minutes, not that long.
After 20 minutes had come and gone, did you leave Trumbull High School?
We did.
Why did you leave Trumbull High School?
I guess Jack and Tyler were talking to these kids, and they were driving to their house.
So when you were leaving Trumbull High School, you were aware that the car was headed towards another house?
Yes,
Do you know what purpose that was for?
I did. Yeah, they were having an issue with these other kids.
And when they were going to the house, do you know why they were going to the house?
To like go talk to them,
And why did they want? Do you know why they wanted to talk to them
to settle like the dispute or the issue that occurred prior.
at Lazy Brook?
Yeah.
So when you were headed over, did you in fact leave Trumbull High School and head over to that house?
Yes.
Do you recall whose house that was or where it was?
No, I was in the trunk.
You were in the trunk.
Yeah, so I didn't see any like where we were going or anything.
Could
It was
you
in the
see-
way
So
back.
it was dark out. You couldn't see where you were going.
Yeah.
So who was driving the car when you left Trumbull High School?
Jack Snyder,
Do you recall who was in the front passenger seat
Howard Silva.
and who was in the back seat?
Behind the driver was Lito, and Mackenzie was on his lap. And then it was Will in the middle and Keenan behind the passenger seat, and I was in the way back.
So you were in the way back. So in the way back of this exhibit here, you were seated in that trunk area. Okay. So do you recall? I'm sure you say it's 49. Do you recall if this is the house that you pulled up to when after you left Trumbull High School?
Yeah,
And there's a States Exhibit 1 behind you. Do you recall how you arrived at that house? The red mark is 43 Laurel Glen. Do you recall how you came into the neighborhood?
yeah.
Can you show us?
We went down the road and did like a U-turn and came back to be facing Farmhouse Lane.
Okay. And did you stop in front of the house? Where did you stop?
Well, we did the U-turn, then we stopped in front of the house.
Okay. Can you show us on States 49 where you stopped? Can you describe it?
We stopped like right before the driveway starts.
Okay.
A little
This is
farther from the
different.
Curb.
So would you
This
have
is
been on the right
different.
side of the road or the left side of the road? Looking at States 49.
Closer to the middle, I'd say.
So, and you said before the driveway, would it be on the lower portion of 49 or the upper portion?
The lower.
So you were somewhere, if I put my finger here, is this about where you recall stopping the car?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the record can reflect you're on States 49, my finger is pointed to the middle of Laurel Glen, just to the left
This is
of
not
where the
what
trees
Keenan
are,
just testified to. This is
from the
different.
house across the street from 42 Laurel Glen, just above the intersection of Adams and Laurel Glen.
Court will allow the record to reflect.
And when you stopped there, did you notice if anybody was outside at 43 Laurel Glen?
There was a few kids outside.
Few kids? Did you know any of those kids?
No,
At the time, did you know whose house this was?
no.
And when you stopped there, were you aware as to whether or not people from your car were communicating with people from that house through the group chat?
I knew they were texting, yeah.
And do you know the things that were being texted?
No,
Do you recall whether or not anybody indicated that you had arrived at the house?
I'm sure, yeah.
And at some point in time, did people come out of the house?
They were already out when we got there.
But did more people come out?
Yeah, they kept flowing in.
And when people came out of the house, tell us what happened when they came out of the house.
They just started talking with Jack and Tyler.
So they approached the car?
Yeah,
How many people approached the car, do you think, at that point?
like 8, 9.
Okay. And Jack rolled down his window?
Yeah.
And they were talking with Jack
And Tyler.
and Tyler?
Yeah, they were all talking.
So on the other side of the vehicle also?
I'm not sure about that, but they were talking.
Or
like-
talking through the?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. How would you describe, not what was said, but how would you describe the conversation between Jack, Tyler, and the people outside the car?
It was pretty peaceful at first, just talking.
And at some point, did it become not peaceful?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Somebody said something, I don't know what, and then Jack said something back. Again, I don't remember exactly the words. And then people started like hitting the car, throwing stuff at the car. And like I was in the trunk, so I saw some kid jumping on the back of the car up and down, shaking it. And then Jack drove off, and they were still like throwing stuff at the car
Okay. And when Jack drove off, where did he drive to?
down the street near Farmhouse.
And and when he got towards down towards farmhouse, where can you show us on stage one where did he stop the car?
Yes.
Where did he stop the car? Show me.
Like a few houses down.
Okay. So if I can approach the witness, show her. Point to. Can you point to where you believe the car stopped?
Like about here.
And when the car stopped there, what happened when the car stopped?
At first, some like kids approached the car from the house, and they were talking with with Tyler and Lito again. And I think we drove off more, and then everybody got out of the car, and we like looked around the car.
So you go down the street. You have 30.
That makes sense. They got out
Go
of the
down
car
the
because
street.
they were throwing stuff.
Do people get out of the car initially?
Yeah,
Who gets out of the car initially?
Tyler and Lito,
Okay. And then what happens?
and then they were talking with some kids again, and then we drive farther down the street, and then everybody gets out the car and looks at the car.
Okay.
Right.
And
That makes
I want
sense.
to show you stage 44. Just play the, So do you remember this? So see when people initially got out of the car?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
The person that got out of the front passenger seat, do you know who that was?
no,
You don't know who that
I
was?
just can't tell now.
You can't tell from the video, but who's
Had to have been Tyler.
Tyler.
Tyler De
Yeah.
Silva. And when he got out of the car, do you recall what he did when he got out of the car?
No.
So again, stage 44, does this fairly depict what happened when you initially went down the road?
Yes.
And at some point in time, some kids come down the road. Tell us about what happens when the kids come down the road.
I don't know. I didn't see that.
You didn't see
I
that?
saw it, but I didn't like hear what was going on.
So you were still in the car when
Yes.
the car took off a little bit further? At some point in time, did you get out of the car?
I did, yes.
When you got out of the car, were there still kids from the Shelton house down the street?
No.
So between the time you were in the car and the time you got out, did you observe any interactions that were going on between the Shelton kids and Tyler and the defendant?
No.
So you can't tell us if they were peaceful or argumentative?
No.
Can you tell us if there was any physical fight that happened down the street?
Not that I saw. No.
Do you recall whether or not seeing anybody from the Shelton kids from the time you were in front of 43 Laurel Glen to the time the car went down the street, did any of them brandish any weapons?
No.
And when you got down the street, eventually everybody got out of the car
Yes.
and they were inspecting the car?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What was going on when people were inspecting the car?
So we all get out the car. We look and see that there was some dents and stuff and scratches from how they were hitting it and throwing stuff. And then the defendant asked for a knife.
So tell me about that. When did that happen in relation to looking at the car?
That like right when you saw the car.
And how was the defendant reacting when he was inspecting the car?
Pretty upset.
How upset? Explain, describe it to me.
He was yelling.
What was he yelling?
I don't remember the exact words.
Was he cursing?
I don't remember.
Did he act like he was peaceful?
No.
Did he act more upset than Jack and Tyler?
Yes, in the moment.
Based on the way the defendant was reacting, did it appear that, how did it appear, did he want to go and talk to those kids?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did the defendant say anything with regards to wanting to go back and talk to those kids?
Yeah.
What did he say?
I don't remember the exact words, but it was like, let's go back.
And did it appear that he was acting in an aggressive manner?
Yes.
How did he appear? How was he acting?
He was mad. He was like yelling and stuff. I don't remember the exact words that he was saying.
And at what point did he ask for the knife?
Right after we went out the car and inspected it, the damage.
Do you recall who he asked for the knife?
I think it was Jack.
And do you recall whether or not a knife was given to him or found?
No.
Did you ever see a knife that night?
No.
After the defendant asked for the knife, how long was this inspection and asking for the knife going on for?
2 minutes.
2 minutes? At some point in time after the defendant asks for the knife, what happens after that?
The defendant, Jack and Tyler, get back in the car and drive back down to the house.
And at this point in time, it's just the three of them in the car?
Yes.
So where are you, Will, Keenan, and Mackenzie?
We're still on the side of the curb by the other house I just pointed out.
So are you on the curb? So I point to stage one here. This has been previously identified as 36 Laurel Glen. Are you on the side of the curb here somewhere? Or are you on this side of the road? Do you recall what side of the road you're on?
We're on this side of the road, like around here.
Okay. And you waited there?
Yes.
Why did you wait there?
Because I don't want to go back.
Why didn't you want to go back?
Because I don't want to get in a fight with these kids that I don't know.
Good choice. He made a
So-
good choice.
At some point in time, the car leaves.
Yes.
Do you hear what goes on down the other end of the street?
All I heard was some people screaming.
And how long do you think the car was down the other end of the street?
Not that long, like 5 minutes.
And when we're talking about the other end of the street, are we talking about going back towards 43 Laurel Glen, or are we talking going the other way when you say go down the street?
They go back down to the house that we were at.
So, so this stage 49, they go back to this house.
Yes.
Did you see the car stop in front of the house from where you were seated?
No,
How do you know that they were down there?
I assume so.
Okay. And they were down there for 5 minutes, you said? And you heard screaming?
Yes.
Now, when you were waiting down the other end near Farmhouse Road or down the other end of Laurel Glen, did you have a ride home at that point?
No,
Did you have an idea of how you were going to get home at that point?
no.
At some point in time, after 5 minutes passes, does the car return?
Yes.
And when the car returns, tell me about that. What happens?
The car returned and we didn't have a ride and we were about to get back in the car to leave. And I see Tyler all beat up and bloody. He could like barely form words. And at the same moment, she'd called her sister previously and her sister drove up and Mackenzie told us to get in her car.
So did you get in Mackenzie's car?
Yes.
And who else got in Mackenzie's car?
At first, only me and Keenan. And then Lito also got in the car.
And when Lito got in the car, did you have an opportunity to observe him?
Not really, no.
And on the ride home, who got dropped off first?
Me and Keenan.
And on the ride home, after you got dropped off, were you made aware of what had happened down the street at some point in time?
A lot later, yeah.
And when you were made aware later of what had happened, did the police contact you?
Not right away, no. It was a few days after.
A few days after? And did you in fact go to speak to the police?
I did.
Do you remember if you spoke to them on more than one occasion?
I did.
And when you spoke to the police, did you tell them exactly what you told us here today?
I did.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Smith?
Okay, let's see what happens on cross. Let's see if it stays together or falls apart.
Good afternoon, Mr. Alphanis.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
We have not.
We've never discussed this case before.
We have not.
Did you say that you are going to Clemson University
I am.
in South Carolina?
I am.
You were telling us about this evening, and I want to ask you a few questions about that, okay?
All right.
You started off the evening at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Correct.
And you were invited there by Austin Leifer.
Correct.
Did you see Austin there that night?
I did.
Did you see him ill, throwing up outside?
I did not.
When you saw him, did he appear to be ill?
He was drunk, yeah.
Anybody else appear to be drunk there that night?
I assume most people were drinking. I wouldn't say anybody was out of the ordinary.
He said people were drinking, having a good time. There was beer and some alcohol. You didn't have that much to drink yourself,
Did not.
but you had arranged to have a ride home because you didn't want to be drinking and driving. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yeah.
Another good
Um,
choice.
You never saw these other kids that arrived and the fight went
Never
down.
know.
But you did see Mr. Schneider and Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva there, right?
I did.
You didn't see them fight with anybody there.
I did not.
And you were there for about an hour, you told us.
Correct.
And then Mama Leifer kicked everybody out.
She did.
And you told us you were driven there by Mickey.
Correct.
Is his name Mickey or Michael? Is Mickey a nickname? Okay. And you're supposed to go straight to Keenan's, right?
After, yeah.
Because that's where you're going to spend the
That's
night,
why I
right?
was sleeping, correct.
And the plan was that you were going to stay at the 5 Lazy Brook Road party, and that was going to last until the end of the night. And then at the end of the night, you were going to go home to Keenan's.
Correct.
Okay. And so now you've been left in the lurch because the party has ended before it was supposed to, right?
Yes,
But you get a ride from Jack Snyder,
I do.
and you hop into that car with 6 other people, right? It's you, Jack, Tyler De Silva, Will Sinjwell, Raul Valle, Mackenzie Traficante, and Keenan Frasick, right?
Correct, yeah.
And as far as the positions in the car, you told us Jack Snyder was driving.
Mhm.
Tyler De Silva was the front passenger.
Yes.
In the back seat on behind the driver was Raul Valle, correct?
Correct.
In his lap was Mackenzie Traficante, right?
Correct.
Beside him was Will Sinjwell, correct?
Correct.
And to the right, farthest, behind the passenger, close to the door, that was Keenan Frasick, right?
Yes,
And you got stuck in the back in the trunk, right?
I did.
In the way
Is
back.
there anything back there with you in the trunk, or was it just you?
It was some stuff. I don't remember what. It was like some bats.
Some bats.
Like for softball, I think I had a sister.
Did those stay in
Oh.
the car the whole time?
They did.
Interesting.
Because the night had ended earlier than expected, you guys went to Trumbull High School, right?
Correct.
In order to try and figure out if there was something else that you could do that night.
Yes.
And when you got there, there were some girls there.
Mhm.
Do you recall that there was also another car there, a BMW, a white BMW with maybe 2 other guys in it?
Not really, no.
You don't recall that?
I remember the one car.
I'm sorry?
The one car because they were parked right next to us.
Parked right next to you. And when you got out of the car, you said you went to use the bathroom.
I did.
Were you, after you used the bathroom, you were there for another 20 minutes or so?
I'd say so, yeah.
Were you with Keenan the whole time?
Well, I was with everyone, not just Keenan.
You, Keenan, Will,
Lito, Jack, Tyler, Mackenzie.
all in a group together?
Yeah.
There were bats
You don't
in the
recall
trunk, Kelly.
splitting up and some people going one place, some people going another?
No.
Did you see Keenan drinking that night?
I don't remember him specifically drinking, but I knew he was just from, being at a party with him.
And it was Keenan who told you that Jack Snyder had offered the ride, right?
Yes.
Were you concerned at all getting in that car with Jack Snyder?
No.
Were you concerned getting in that car that Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle were in there?
No.
You said his nickname is Lito. Do you know what that nickname means?
No.
That's not a nickname that he had been given by you or other kids at the school.
No, that's what I was introduced to him as freshman year.
And you said while you were at Trumbull High School, you became aware of this group chat that was going on, right?
Yeah.
You weren't a part of that group chat?
No.
How did you become aware of the group chat?
Just from them talking about it.
When you say them talking about it, Jack Snyder?
Jack and Tyler, yeah.
Jack and Tyler. And you were in the back in the trunk.
Correct.
So you could hear what Jack and Tyler were talking about up in the front of the car?
Parts and pieces, yeah. Not like, I knew they were talking in this group chat. I couldn't really get a grasp of like exactly what they were talking about though.
Was this talking that you're describing, was this going on in the car or was this while you were at Trumbull High School in the parking lot?
In the car at Trumbull High.
But when you were there at Trumbull High, you all got out of the car at some point.
I don't know if everyone got out. I got out.
You got out. Did you get out of the car? Everybody stayed in the car and then you came back to the vehicle?
It wasn't just me getting out the car. Like multiple people got out the car. I just don't remember exactly who.
Ultimately, you weren't able to find another place to go as far as you knew, right?
Yeah.
And did you think when you got back into the vehicle, ultimately to leave Trumbull High School, that you were going to go to Keenan Prasik's house at that point?
I don't remember.
At some point, though, you told us you became aware that, in fact, you were not going to Keenan Prasik's house, right?
Yeah.
And you thought that you were going to, Jack was driving this vehicle because Jack and Tyler were talking with these other kids and wanted to go talk to them to settle a dispute, right?
Yeah.
And so how long did that drive take to get from Trumbull High School to where you've described the car ultimately stopping at Laurel Glen Drive?
Like 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Not for sure though.
Any drinking going on in the car while that's happening?
I don't remember.
Loud music being played in the car?
I'd imagine that.
You'd imagine or you remember it? I don't want you to imagine anything.
When we would drive, we'd have music on. So I don't know why it'd be any different.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not there was loud music being played?
Yeah.
Loud enough that you couldn't hear what was going on up in the front of the car?
Yeah. I wasn't talking to anyone.
Okay, you were just sitting in the back.
Yeah.
Did you see the vehicle being followed by a white BMW?
I don't remember that now.
And then I think you described on Exhibit 1 there, if you look behind you, can you see Exhibit 1?
I can.
And the vehicle came down Adams Drive and went up to the end of the cul-de-sac and turned around?
That's not how I remember. I remember
What do
like,
you-
driving down past the house in Laurel Glen and then doing a U-turn.
Oh, okay, can you use the pointer there and show us what you recall?
Yes, this
I
is
think that
totally
went
different.
down here and did like a U-turn around here, and it came back down that way.
Okay, and ultimately the car came to a stop initially in front of Tyler Rich's house, 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
You said when the car came to a stop, or let's back up just a second. As you drove by the first time before taking the U-turn, did you look into the yard of 43 Laurel Glen?
I did.
And you could already see people out there, right?
Yeah.
Did it seem like they were waiting and expecting you to come?
Yeah. They knew we were coming.
They knew you were coming.
Uh-huh.
How many people did you see?
That's speculative. That's
Sustained.
restricted.
Sustained. I'm going to strike the response to the question that was asked by the
They
attorney.
did know.
That they knew that they were coming. Okay, so please strike that from the.
They did know.
Thank
You could see the people in the yard?
I could.
From their demeanor, did they appear to be surprised to you that the car was there?
No.
And how many people did you see in the yard?
Like 8 or 9.
Could it have been more?
It could have, yeah. People kept flowing in afterwards too. So more people came out after we got there.
Did the crowd quickly grow?
Yeah.
And how many people ultimately would you say were there?
I couldn't give you like a number, but it was more than 8 or 9 at the end.
And they started to swarm the car, right?
Initially, not aggressively. They just came up to the car to talk.
Okay, that was the initial 8 or 9 or more than that?
The initial like 8 or 9.
And when they came up to the car to talk, they came up as a group?
They did, yeah.
And were they all on one side of the car? Or did they surround the car?
I think it was surrounded, yeah.
And where was your attention focused at that point?
I was looking like towards the house through like a little window in the back.
All right. So not through the very rear window you're saying, but through a side window that was looking at the house.
Yeah.
Okay. And as you were watching that, you saw this initial group approach the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you were watching and you could see more people coming behind, correct?
Yes.
And those people were also coming at the car, correct?
Yes.
And you said that some of those people started talking with Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva, right?
Correct.
Do you know who those people were?
No, never met him.
These people were all strangers to you that were at the 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Yeah, all of them.
And you described that the conversation was peaceful at first.
It was.
Could you hear what was being said?
Not really, no, but I know it was in an aggressive manner.
Were the windows in the vehicle up or down?
Jax was definitely down. I don't know about the rest.
Did any of the people in the back seat just in front of you, did any of them get out of the car?
No, not in the beginning. When we drove down afterwards.
Okay, let's focus on where we are right now, just in front of the house, okay? None of them got out of the vehicle at that point.
Nobody know.
And you described that eventually the conversation was peaceful at first, but then it became less peaceful, shall we say.
Yeah.
And that was because the folks that came out of 43 Laurel Glen said something, you're not sure what,
I'm not.
and then Jack said something back, you said.
Yeah.
Do you know what Jack said back?
No.
Was Tyler saying anything back?
At that point, they both started talking back and forth more aggressively with the people outside.
Jaw
I don't remember
jacking.
exact words.
Was Mr. Valle talking with anybody outside the car?
Not really, no.
Will Central talking with anybody outside the car?
No.
Keenan Price talking
No.
outside the car? At this point, were there people on all sides of the vehicle?
Yeah.
And people started hitting the car?
Yes.
People started throwing stuff at the car?
Yes.
Could you hear things shatter or smash?
Yes.
You saw a kid on the back of the car.
Yes. Jumping up and down.
How he was just on the other side of where you were seated in the trunk?
Yeah.
Just one kid, a few kids?
Just one.
How long did that go on for?
Like a minute, and then Jack drove off.
How did you feel back there?
Wasn't a fun experience.
You're scared?
Yeah.
Terrified?
Sure.
And eventually the car drove off, you told us.
It did.
And that vehicle is this vehicle that we see here in State's Exhibit 30, right?
Correct.
When you got in the vehicle that night, it did not have this defect on the front windshield, did it?
It did not.
Did you ever see anybody reach into the driver's side window?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody lean in their upper half of their body into the driver's side window and struggle with Jack Snyder?
I did not know.
Are you certain that people were surrounding the car and jumping on it?
Yes.
The car drove off and stopped. I think you've described it as being just a little bit before 36 Laurel Glen Drive there. Can you point it out to us? Do you have the pointer there?
Like,
In that area, okay. And that's what we saw on the video that was played for you, Exhibit 44.
yes.
And there were 3 people that we saw get out of the vehicle at that point, right?
I thought it was just two, but
Did you see one person get out and walk ahead of the vehicle and then 2 people remain behind the vehicle, sort of?
I saw two people for sure. I don't remember the third now.
There were only 7 of you in the car, though, right?
Correct. Yeah.
You didn't pick anybody else up at any other point?
No.
None of the folks from Trumbull High School got in your car and rode with you?
No.
Okay. And when those people got out, you were still in the trunk area?
Correct.
And you saw in the video that people came chasing down the street, right?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing them do that while you were in the car?
Yes.
And do you recall
That
things
would
being
be
thrown at the
scary.
vehicle while that happened?
Yes.
Could you hear what was being shouted from inside the car?
No.
And when that car got out, and we saw that on the video in 44, you think that was Tyler DeSilva and Raul Valle who got out of the vehicle?
Correct.
Do you think there was another person who also got out of the vehicle?
I only remember two people getting out.
Those people got out, and then the car continued on down the road, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when that vehicle stopped there where you showed us before, and those people got out, can you point to that again for us?
Like right here.
Okay. And then the car, you remained in the vehicle, and it drove forward.
Correct.
It came to a stop again.
It did.
Can you show us where it came to a stop again?
Probably like around here. Not that far down.
Not that far down, but in front of that house there?
Yeah.
And then you described yourself as getting out of the car at that point.
Yes.
You went and sat where?
By the curb, like along this curb here.
Close on the side of that house again?
Yes, on this side of the, not this side.
And where did the vehicle stop at that point?
Same spot. Like
Same spot?
Yeah.
In front of that house?
Correct.
But we don't see it on that video when it does that.
What do you mean?
Oh, that you just watched, Exhibit 44, the video where the people get out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And we didn't see that vehicle come to a stop and you get out. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I did not get out then.
Those folks that had chased the car, did they continue to follow it as it went down the road with you still in it?
No.
Where did they go?
They went back to the house.
They didn't ever come down and talk to any of the people that were down there?
They, like I said, they came up to talk to Tyler and Lito. They did not come back when I got out the car, though. They were nowhere near me.
Okay. So
That's different.
when you're sitting on the curb and the vehicle is stopped by the intersection of Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen Drive, You're sitting over there with Keenan Brasic, Will Sinjwald, and Mackenzie Trafficanti.
Correct.
And the four of you are sitting close together, right?
Yes.
How far away was the vehicle from you at that point?
Few steps.
Just a few steps.
Yeah, not far at all.
It didn't move from that position?
No.
And this conversation that you've described as being had between the Shelton High kids and Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva, that had already occurred at that point before you got out of the vehicle yourself?
Yeah.
And you say that those kids all went back to the house. You didn't see them anymore?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva, at least, and maybe one other person that we saw in the video who you're not sure it is, they had already gotten out of the car before you got out of the car.
Correct.
And before Mackenzie and before Will and before Keenan got out of the car, correct?
Yes.
But Jack was still driving the vehicle at that point?
Yeah.
So Jack drove up and parked the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Valle and Mr. Silva came walking down to the vehicle?
Yeah.
And you could see all of these people?
Mhm.
Which way was the vehicle facing at that point?
Still facing down this way. Like it was facing that way.
It was facing towards Farmhouse Lane.
Yeah.
You were looking at the rear of the vehicle where you had previously been sitting.
Yeah.
How did you get out of the vehicle? Through the rear hatch, or did you climb over the seat?
I climbed over.
And you said that you saw Mr. De Silva, Mr. Snyder, and Mr. Valle inspecting the car.
We all were, not just them. Like me, Keenan, and Will too.
So you got up off of the curb and went over to look at the car?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you are not just sitting on the curb with Mr. Frasick and Ms. Trafficanti and Mr. Sinjwald. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
You actually got up and went over to the car with those two folks.
Yeah, and we checked out.
Okay. And you saw some dents and some scratches.
Yeah,
And you claim you heard Mr. Valle ask for a knife.
he did. Yeah.
Where were you standing when that happened?
Near the rear of the car.
Near the rear of the car. Where was Mr. Valle when that happened?
Also, like in the same area,
Near the rear of the car.
Yeah.
Where was Mr. Frasick when that happened?
next to me.
Next to you.
Yeah.
And where was Mr.
Interesting.
Sinjwald?
Also next to me.
And then you saw Mr. Valle go tearing through the glove box, right?
I never saw that. No.
You saw him go tearing through the console, right?
I never saw that. No.
You didn't see Mr. Valle go tearing through the glove box in the console?
I did not.
Objection.
know.
Looking for a knife?
Sustained.
Mr. Frasick was right beside you?
Correct.
And you said Mr. Valle was more upset than Jack.
Yeah.
Had you seen at any point in that evening Mr. Snyder with a knife?
I did not know.
And you can't remember Mr. Valle's exact words, but you said he was mad and he was yelling.
Yeah.
What was Mr. Snyder doing?
He was also very upset that his car had dents and scratches on it.
And what was Mr. De Silva doing?
I'm not sure at all.
You didn't see a knife at any point?
No.
And you said you were down there for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Did you go back and sit on the curb?
Yeah.
How soon after you claimed to have heard Mr. Valle ask for the knife did you go sit on the curb?
After he asked, they went back and I sat there to wait.
And so you're sitting on the side of the curb when you see Mr. De Silva, Mr. Snyder, and Mr. Valle get back into the vehicle.
Correct. Yeah.
It's still facing down towards Farmhouse Lane at that point.
Yeah.
Mr. Snyder got in the driver's side.
Correct.
Mr. De Silva got in the front passenger side.
I don't remember where you sat at that point.
Do you remember where Mr. Valle got into the car?
No.
I find him
And
very
Did
believable.
Mr. Frasick go back and sit down on the curb with you at that point?
Yeah.
So Mr. Frasick wasn't sitting on the curb the entire time. He came with you to where the car was to inspect it, and then he went back and he sat down on the curb.
We were all like around the car. Yes. Then we sat down.
And you said you couldn't see where the car went, but it headed off in the direction of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that eventually the car returned, and you could see that Mr. De Silva was all beat up, right?
Correct. Yeah.
He was bloody.
Yes.
And he said he could barely form words.
Yeah.
Could you see injuries to his body or his face?
His face was definitely swollen.
Any other injuries that you could see that were apparent?
No.
But just blood?
Yeah.
And you also told officers on May 16th that you could see a cut on Mr. Valle's head, correct?
I don't remember saying that now.
Do you recall in Madison's car seeing a cut on Mr. Valle's head?
I don't know.
You don't recall that?
I do not know.
You don't deny that you said that, you just don't recall it.
Yeah. Right now, I don't recall Connor's face.
And you've told us here that you heard Lito asking if there was a knife. Do you recall telling officers when you were interviewed that you think somebody was asking for it? You think that was Lito?
No.
You're certain that that was him?
Yeah, for sure.
Then you told us that Mr. Valley got in the car with you into Madison Trafficante's car, right?
Yeah.
And where was Mr. Valley sitting?
Behind the passenger seat,
And where were you sitting?
behind the driver's seat.
Okay, so you were sitting on opposite sides of the vehicle.
Correct.
And who was sitting in between you, if anyone?
Keenan
And where was Mackenzie?
in the passenger seat.
So in the back seat, it's you, Keenan, and then Mr. Valley.
Correct.
Did you get a good view of Mr. Valley?
Not really. It was dark.
Could you see when he got into the car whether or not he had any injuries?
No, he looked fine to me.
He looked fine to you.
Yeah.
Didn't appear to be bleeding.
No.
Didn't appear to be maybe not as battered as Mr. De Silva.
He was not. He was not like Tyler at all.
And on the way home, was it quiet in the car?
Yeah.
Nobody was talking?
Keenan just asked Lito what happened, and that's it.
Mr. Valley didn't respond.
He said,
Objection, calls for hearsay.
He just asked
What the
if they would
defendant said?
respond.
Self-serving.
It's a statement of a party opponent, counsel.
What the
What
defendant
Mr.
said.
Valley said?
Beg your pardon, Your Honor.
What Mr. Valley said?
What the defendant said.
What the defendant said?
Yes.
So it's self-serving at this point. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
I was going to say, you can't allow that if you didn't
heard talking
allow
in the
the
car.
last one.
Yeah.
You never saw a knife that evening, correct?
I did not know.
But you claim that you heard Mr. Valley asking for a knife.
Yes.
And who was he asking for a knife?
Jack.
Did you see Jack Snyder with the knife?
I did not.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Any redraft?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Your turn. Can I sit the witness? Thank you.
Y'all, we've done it again. I believe we've made it through another day. I gotta tell you, I'm believing these young men that have testified that were Raul's acquaintances. Yes, Lauren, I feel like she was confused too. She was in Janet Land. Janet Land was like, wait a minute. No, he can answer that. So yes, but no, he couldn't answer that question because it would be, as she said, self-serving since it was not an actual party opponent. So let's head on now to day 6 and 7. Yes, Lori, I love the trial channel. I am so thankful that they have done this with this particular trial. I wish they had enough time to do all of them, but unfortunately, they do not. And I may have to slow this next witness down because if I remember correctly, he is really hard to understand at normal speed. So I'm going to go ahead and take it to normal instead of 1 1/4 speed. And Laura, you're asking, did the defense prep them? I missed that. No, the defense has not talked to any of these witnesses. It's one of the first things he asks, attorney Kevin Smith asks before he starts his cross-examination is, we've never met before. We've never discussed this case before. That's always the first thing that he says. So, okay. So far, I don't know what you want to call it, the victims, and I say victims because with quotes, because they certainly did a lot to perpetuate becoming a victim. In my opinion, and I did not like at all how they've testified. Both of these young men that were acquaintances of Raul's testified very forthright. If they understood or remembered, they said that. If they didn't remember, they said that. It's such a stark contrast from what we saw yesterday. Exactly, Jay Cornish. It's so obvious to me. Okay, let's hit it, kids.
All right, so at this time, I am going to ask the prosecution to please provide on the record an outline of the agreement that this witness has made with the state.
I may approach the witnesses briefly.
Has this been marked as identification? Okay.
Jack, showing you what's marked as Exhibit 94 for identification. Are you familiar with Exhibit 94?
I am.
Now, just briefly, Jack, I want to ask you questions about your understanding of this agreement with the state of Connecticut. Is it your understanding that in consideration for your testimony today and the cooperation during the investigative phase of this case, as well as any testimony today or any investigative grand jury or any other hearing, that the state of Connecticut agrees not to prosecute you for the incidences or any crime or crimes that occurred on May 14th of 2022? And is it also your understanding that you have to be truthful in your testimony? And if you are not truthful, that you could be prosecuted for any said crimes that occurred on that day?
Yes.
Is it also your understanding based on this agreement that if you commit any further crimes during the pendency of this case pursuant to this agreement, that you could also be prosecuted for the crimes that may have occurred on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
It is your understanding that the agreement extends until the final conclusion of this case, whether that be by plea, trial by jury, or a retrial on direct appeal. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And if you break this agreement in any way, that any statements that you gave before during your testimony, either today or at any other proceeding, could be used against you at a subsequent trial?
Yes.
Do you want to hit the maximum exposure?
Oh, that's right.
Thank you.
And with regards to the 4 individuals that were assaulted on May 14th of 2022, is it your understanding that you could have been exposed as a co-conspirator to an excess of 60 years in prison?
Yes.
It's fine. Thank you.
Did y'all hear that?
All right, Attorney Smith, do you agree that the canvas and the outline adequately and clearly set forth the terms of the agreement that's been marked as an exhibit for identification purposes, and that would be an anything?
For the most part, Your Honor, I would just ask that a question be asked as far as he's been questioned about being truthful and who it is that determines the truthfulness. May I inquire?
You can. Yes.
As far as your expectation, your understanding is that in consideration for your testimony, you won't be prosecuted, correct?
Right.
And it's your understanding that you'll be afforded full immunity from any crimes that could possibly be charged, correct?
From May 14, 2022, correct?
And that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Correct.
And what is your understanding about who is going to determine whether or not you testify truthfully?
Good question.
Just about what I experienced on May 14, 2022.
I understand, sir. Who is it that determines whether or not you testified truthfully?
I guess myself.
Well, the agreement's between you and the state, correct?
Correct.
Between you and the prosecutor, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that the prosecutor is the person who can determine whether or not to charge you under this, correct? Would you agree then that it's the prosecutor who determines whether or not you testified truthfully?
I guess so.
That's your understanding, right? It's not whether I think you testified truthfully or whether anybody else thinks you testified
He's
truthfully. right?
already
You didn't make this
evasive.
between me and you.
Correct.
Okay. So that's your understanding, is that you have to testify truthfully, prosecutor makes that determination, and if so, you're going to have full immunity. Is that fair to say?
This was my truth. This is what I experienced on May 14th. And what I'm going to say is what happened.
Do you understand that this agreement is between you and the state's attorney, right? And that your end of the bargain is that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Yeah.
And that the prosecutor determines whether or not he thinks you broke this agreement by testifying truthfully or not truthfully, right?
Yes.
So it's the prosecutor who determines whether or not you've testified truthfully. Is that fair to say? That's what you understand. Okay, nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so at this
We went
point in time.
all
I
around
am
cattywampus
going to
pass.
Just make one more inquiry of Attorney Smith. Attorney Smith, once again, is there any vagueness about this agreement that you have any concerns of at this point in time?
Not at this point in time, Your Honor, with the understanding that I'm able to cross-examine him about it when he's on cross-exam.
I would certainly both parties are entitled to.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor, there is the ID that
All right, so in keeping with formality and format, just with respect to the jury and what the jury has seen, I am going to ask the witness to leave the witness box. I'll ask the witness to be formally called for purposes of providing testimony, and we will put the witness under oath. This is for the purposes of the canvas. So now I'm just going to ask that you exit the courtroom, and then you'll be escorted back in to provide testimony. Thank you very much. I thank you. At this time, I would ask the clerk to call the room.
Good morning, Jack. Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen jury how old you are?
19 years old.
And do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to school?
University of Tampa.
And what are you studying?
Finance.
And do you know why you're here today?
I do.
And why are you here today?
Testify.
And in relation to what?
The events that occur on May 14th, 2022.
And have we met before in connection to this case?
Yeah.
And can you tell me a little bit about the circumstances surrounding how we initially met?
So I hired my attorney, and he went to the state of Connecticut, and they formed an agreement that I would provide full detail and truth about what happened on that day.
In consideration for your, what's your understanding with that agreement?
That I would not be prosecuted.
And is there any consequences if, based on what you would tell us today?
If I were to lie about what happened or do any more criminal charges, that I'd be prosecuted or liable for prosecution.
May I approach the witness? Showing you which the market states exhibit 94 for identification purposes. You recognize states 94?
I do.
And what is states 94?
Our agreement.
And is this the agreement that you executed in the presence of your lawyer and your father on November 2nd, 2022? Does this agreement encompass the agreement between you and the state of Connecticut concerning your testimony concerning the events of May 14th, 2022?
Yes.
I would offer this to Phil, did it?
No objection. All right, court will accept into evidence as the full exhibit states 94.
See what I mean about not being able to understand him?
Now, Jack, I want to
mush
ask you, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler De Silva? How are you familiar with him? And how did you become friends?
St. Joseph football.
And back on May 14th of 2022, how old were you? School.
I was a junior
Where?
at St. Joseph High School.
And did you go to school with Tyler De Silva?
I did
And what sports were you playing then?
football.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
Yeah.
Does he have a nickname?
Yep.
And how are you familiar with him?
He was also a friend of mine.
And did he go to school with you at St. Joseph's High School?
Yep.
Is he present in the courtroom today? What is he wearing?
A black suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case.
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valley. Thank you.
Now, I want to bring it
Sorry,
back to
guys.
the events of May 14th of 2022. There was a party at Lazy Brook that night. Prior to the party at Lazy Brook, tell us what you were doing.
I was driving to go pick up Leo
And what were you driving?
behind the pilot.
And you said you were going, is this State's Exhibit 30? Is that a picture? What's that a picture of?
Behind the pilot.
Is that the car you were driving on May 14th of 2022? And you say you were going to pick up the defendant? Where were you going to pick him up?
His house.
Where's his house? And what time of day would you say you were going to pick him up?
Late at night, probably around 9 p.m., 10 p.m.
It was dark already?
Yeah.
And when you got to his house, where did you go after that?
I was over at Tyler City,
And where does Tyler live?
in Milford, Connecticut as well.
When you picked Tyler up, was there any alcohol in the car?
At that time it wasn't until he got in the car.
Wasn't until who got in the car? So Tyler brought alcohol in the car? What kind of things did he bring in the car?
We have 2 bottles of vodka.
And when you left Tyler's house, where did you go?
I think we went straight to the party.
The party at Lazy Brook? Do you know whether or not you were invited to that party, you and your friends? And when you got there, around what time of night would you say you got there?
10 p.m., maybe a little bit later.
And when you got there, how many people would you say were at the party?
Probably 40 people, maybe.
And what kinds of things were going on at this party?
Just drinking and cup pong, stuff like that.
So when you say drinking alcohol? Was alcohol being provided at the house, or was it bring your own?
Alcohol. Bring your own alcohol.
And when you got to the party, were you drinking?
I was.
Were you drinking prior to getting to the party?
I was.
And when you got to the party, how long were you withdrawn? Did there come a point in time where you were under the impression that you guys had to leave?
We were.
And when you were being told to leave, did you encounter two individuals that you were not familiar with at that party?
I was.
And can you tell us a little bit about how that happened?
So we were under the impression that we'd be able to stay at the party if we removed people who were also uninvited. So when these two individuals came, I didn't know who they were, and we were told to ask them to leave. So we went up to them and we just told them that they weren't welcome there, and they needed to leave.
When you were at the party at Laserbrook, between the time you got there and the time those people came, how long of a period of time was that?
Maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
And when you got there, do you recall what you were wearing that night?
I believe a red sweatshirt.
Do you recall what the defendant was wearing that night?
I believe a jersey.
Show your state's exhibit 53. Can you identify the people in stage 53?
Mhm.
And who's the person on the left in the red sweatshirt?
That's me.
Who's the person on the right?
That's Lito.
And is this what he was wearing on May 14th of 2022?
It is.
I noticed he's wearing a helmet and a neck pillow. Did he come to Laserbrook like that?
You know,
Can you tell us the circumstances surrounding how that he came to be wearing those items
I think you just found them maybe in the mudroom or in the garage or something.
and just put them on? Did he put them on almost immediately when he got there?
I wouldn't say so. Maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes after we got there.
So shortly before the two individuals that were also not invited, at least that you're aware of, arrived at the house? So when you encountered these individuals, tell us about what happened during your interaction. Well, let me withdraw. Did you have an interaction with these two individuals when they came? Tell us about that.
So one of them told me a case of beer, and we said that he'd be able to stay if we took his beer or he gave us his beer, and he didn't want to give us his beer. So the conversation started to get a little bit more aggressive, and we moved from the garage to the driveway, and that's when I took his beer from him.
Okay. You took his beer from him? And when you took his beer from him, did the, not what was said, but was there another more interaction between you and the individual you took the beer from? And what was that like?
I think he squared up with me initially, and then I squared up with him.
So you were going to fight for the beer? Is that good, right? And do you recall how the fight started?
I do.
And how did the fight start?
After we squared up with each other, Lito came around and hit him in the back of the head, and then he lunged forward at me.
And how long did the fight last for?
30 seconds.
And you recall when he lunged at you, did you recall what happened after he lunged at you?
I fell to the floor.
And when you fell to the floor, do you recall if anybody else jumped in on the fight at that point in time?
I think Tyler and Lito were helping me out while I was on the floor. That's about it.
And how long did the fight last for?
30 seconds.
Jack, have you seen a video of this fight before? So Jack, is there a pointer up there? Can I? Right there. You have your monitor in front of you. I'm going to ask you if you can identify this person in the red. Do you know who that is?
That's me.
The person in the green that appears that you are fighting, who's that?
That's the Shelton person that I was fighting.
Is that the kid you took the beer from?
Yes.
The kid here with the dark pants, the light blue shirt, do you know who that is? I can rewind it if you can. Can you rewind it a little bit?
I believe that's Lito.
That's Lito behind the kid from Shelton.
It is.
Can you go a little forward now, please? So we can see. Keep going. This person right here with what appears to be a light blue jersey and jeans, who's that?
It's Tyler.
Do you recall the fight happening that way?
Yes.
Now, the fight lasted about 30 seconds. You said after the fight broke up, can you tell us what happened after that?
We all got up, and I think shelling kids went down the driveway and I caught a ride. And everyone from the party started dispersing outside, and the mother of the house kind of shut the party down at that point.
Model
And
life
when the mother shut
get
the
out.
party down, where did you, what, if anything, were you guys planning to do at that point?
At that point, just go home. Find somewhere else to go maybe until we got added to a group chat.
You were added to a group chat? Do you know who added you?
I don't know who added me.
What was the name of the group chat? Do you recall?
Something along the lines of the basketball team.
And when you got added to this group chat, did you know why you got added to the group chat?
After looking at the text, I did.
And why do you believe you were added to the group chat?
Because the kids who were at that party were upset at what happened and wanted to meet somewhere to fight us.
So did you engage anybody in that group chat?
I might have sent a couple texts back
Such as what?
along the lines of that we were going to fight them or they wanted to fight us so I was going to come or something along the lines of that.
So you were willing to go meet them to fight? And at some point in time after the fight, did you get in your car?
Yeah.
And how long between the time the fight ended and the time you got in your car getting ready to leave? How long was that?
Maybe 5 minutes.
And did anybody else get in the car with you?
Yeah.
Who else got in the car with you?
It was Dimitri, Keenan, Will, Tyler, Lido, Mackenzie, and myself.
So you said Dimitri and Keenan. Who's Dimitri and Keenan?
Friends of ours.
Did you go to school with them? And that would be Dimitrios Arfanis and Keenan Frasick. And you said Will. Who's Will?
World.
And did you go to school with him at St. Joe's? And you said Mackenzie. Who's Mackenzie?
Mackenzie Traficante.
And did you go to school with her at St. Joe's? And what was the significance of Mackenzie Traficante at that moment in time?
She was dating Lido.
So it was 7 of you in the car.
It was.
Who drove the car? Do you recall who was in the front seat when you left?
Tyler.
And do you recall who was in your back seat?
Everyone else.
You don't recall where everybody was sitting at any particular time? When you left Lazy Brook, where did you guys head to?
So in the group chat, I think they were initially planning on meeting us at Trumbull High School. That was what I was under the impression of. So we went to Trumbull High and I could see a couple people there.
And when you got to Trumbull High School, what did you guys do when you got there?
Rumble
we
at
pulled in the
Trumbull.
parking lot, and there was a black BMW who apparently was one of, I believe, Keenan's friends or someone in the car knew them. 2 kids, but they weren't who we were looking for. So we kind of just stayed in the parking lot for about 10 minutes or so.
And when you were in the parking lot for 10 minutes, did you all get out of the car?
I don't believe so.
No one got out of the car, maybe to go relieve themselves or walk someplace else, go talk to those kids in the BMW?
We were conversing through the windows on our cars.
And what kinds of things were you conversing about?
I think we were asking them to come along with us to the fight.
Okay, so that you made them aware of a potential fight that was going to happen? And were you having a conversation with the defendant when you were at Trumbull High School about what had occurred at Lazy Brook or this potential fight?
I think it was in conversation.
And what kinds of things were you guys talking about?
So we were going to go meet these kids and fight them.
And fight them? The intent was to fight them?
Yeah.
Now, you said you were there for about 10 minutes. After about 10 minutes, did you become aware that it was time to leave Trumbull High School? How did you become aware of that?
The group chat, somebody sent us an address and told us to go over to that house, and that's where they'd be.
And did you in fact drive over to that house? You in the front seat driving? And who was in the front passenger seat?
Tyler, sure.
And when you got over there, do you recall what the house looked like when you got there?
I just knew there was a driveway on the right and a front lawn. Couple houses.
State Exhibit 49, State Exhibit 49, that look familiar to you?
It does.
Is that the house that you went to
It is.
14th to 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall, you're from Norwalk?
Yeah.
Do you recall your path of travel when you got to that house that night?
Yeah, it was from Adams.
It was from Adams?
From Adams, he says the
Sure, you
same
stated
thing.
Exhibit 1. Now, when you say that it was from Adams, you're talking about this road here, right? Exhibit 1. So you came in that way? And when you came in that way, what did you do? Did you drive by the house?
Interesting.
We parked there at the end of the street.
And when you say you parked at the end of the street, can you tell from State Exhibit 49 where exactly you parked?
Yeah, right on the right to the end.
Right, if I put my finger, let me know if I'm in the right area, right around here.
Right there. Yeah.
Okay, so if the record can reflect in State 49, I'm at the bottom portion of the picture, just to the left of the trees that are on the property across the street from 43 Laurel Glen, near the intersection of Adams and Laurel Glen.
Totally allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And when you got there, did you see anybody outside of the property at that point in time? And when you got there, did you or anybody from your group indicate to anybody in the group chat that you guys were at the house?
We did.
And when that happened, what occurred when that happened?
People started flowing out from the backyard of the house. We saw them in the driveway. And we just head after head.
And when you say coming back from the back of the house, do you know exactly what portion of the house they came from?
Yeah.
But they came down the driveway?
They did.
And when they came down the driveway, did they approach your car? And when they approached your car, what was the lighting like out that night?
Dark.
It was dark, but could you see in front of you?
I couldn't tell faces, but I could see the outlines of people.
Could you see, was there light from the house that was shining? Your headlights were on at some point, providing some light. When the individuals, did they approach your car? When they approached your car, how close did they get to your car? And were you familiar with anybody that approached your car at that moment in time? And did you have a conversation? Did you or anybody in the car have a conversation with anybody that approached your car that night? What was the conversation initially like?
Very aggressive. Didn't expect to see so many people there, so we were kind of already on our backs, and they surrounded the car. The windows were cracked, so we could talk to them through the car, and they were screaming, cursing, throwing stuff at the car, kicking the car, stuff like that. So
What were they doing? Spitting at the car? Touching the car? Were you guys saying anything back to them?
I don't remember the conversation, but we were both going back and forth, kind of.
So were you arguing with them also?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And how long would you say that occurred for?
30, 40 seconds.
At some point in time after 30, 40 seconds, what did you do?
I kind of hit my car a little bit to clear the way, and then I drove off.
And when you drove off, where did you drive to?
I drove down the street about 5 houses down, and stopped the car.
And when you stopped the car, what happened?
I let people out of the car.
Do you recall who got out of the car?
There was people in the back who wanted to get a ride home.
And why? Do you know why they wanted to ride home?
Because they didn't want to be involved in what just occurred back at the house.
And at some point in time down the road, and when you say down the road, are you talking, if you're looking at States 1, are you driving down towards Farmhouse Lane?
We are.
Okay. And do you recall where on Laurel Glen, or where on the road, I should say, did you stop the car?
Probably about 5 houses down.
Was it close to the intersection of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen?
Maybe that house right across from the farmhouse.
And when you got
Pointer,
out,
sir.
when you stopped the car, did at some point in time you have an interaction with anybody else that was not related to your car?
I believe we did.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
I think there was a couple kids running down the street.
And when they ran down the street, do you know what they did?
I think they were talking to people who exited my car.
Do you know who they were talking to?
I don't recall.
Were you still in the car at this point? And do you recall what, if anything, was anything thrown from your car or towards your car at that point?
I don't remember anything over the time towards my car.
When you were down the street and there were individuals out of your car, did you see anybody engage in any physical altercation down the road?
No.
Did you see anybody from that other group with any weapons on them at that point in time? At some point in time, did you drive the car down the road and turn back?
I did.
And when you did that, what did you do? Did you get in the car? Did you or get out of the car? What did you do?
I think we went out to check the damage on the car.
When you said we, who's we?
I think they were already down the street. I drove off and I came back around, and then I got out of the car and we were all kind of outside the car.
So were you the only person in the car that drove down and came back?
So,
And when you came back, Mackenzie was out of the car already?
yes,
Tyler,
yes,
the defendant,
yes,
Will,
yes,
Kanan, Demetrius?
yes.
And when you got back, you stopped the car? And when you got out of the car, what did you do when you were looking at your car?
Just observing.
What did you observe?
Dents and nicks on the car and something on the windshield.
Showing you states 31. Is this something that you saw on the night of May 14th, 2022?
Yes.
By the way, what time would you say you got to 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th, 2022? You recall?
Maybe 11:30, 11.
So this defect in the windshield here, was that there prior to getting to Laurel Glen?
It was not.
So that happened when you got to Laurel Glen?
Good.
And when you were inspecting your car, tell us how you felt about what had just occurred to your car.
Kind of distraught and upset that my car was damaged, destroyed.
Was anybody else distraught and upset? Can you please explain how he was upset with regards to your car?
He initially saw the damage before I did. That was the last thing out of my car. He was just going around and, look what they did to your car, all the stories on those lines.
What, was he saying anything else with regards to, look, he just said, look what they did to your car. He didn't say anything else.
He was just distraught about what happened to my car.
Was he more upset than you?
Maybe visibly. I was quite upset.
Was he aggressive?
Yes.
And when he was acting in this way, what, if anything, happened during this inspection of your car?
He came back around and asked for the knife.
And when you say the knife, what do you mean?
I carried a pocket knife at the bottom of my center console, and it's always been there when I got the car initially.
Why was it there?
Just fishing. Any really reason I would need a knife, it was there, to cut anything. But it was just at the bottom of my center console. There's random items along with it, but I knew it was there. And when they initially surrounded my car, I had taken it out and put it on my waist.
So you're talking about down in front of 43 Laurel Glen when your car started to get,
And they were rocking the car and
you took the knife out and put it on your waist?
put it on my waist.
And when you put it on your waist, did you open it up? Did you show it to anybody? And when you did that, why did you do that?
Just because I didn't expect so many people there, and after seeing what they were doing in my car and how they were talking, I just felt like it was different. In regard to my own safety, I just took it out and put it down just in case anything were to happen.
Now, after you left that initial interaction where you say you took the knife out and you put it on your lap and you went down the street, could you have just left the area and not gone back?
Yeah.
But you didn't do that, right? And you say that the defendant asked you for the knife. Tell me what kinds of things was he saying?
He just said, "Where's the knife?" Give me the knife, something along those lines.
Did he say it in an aggressive manner?
Not really. He just kind of asked for it.
Can you approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
Hmm.
Talking with the Market States Exhibit 95 for identification purposes. You recognize States 95.
I do.
And what is States 95?
A copy of the knife.
Is this a picture of a knife that you sent me that is a duplicate of what your knife looked like May 14th, 2022?
It is.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what the knife looked like? That you possess that?
It is.
All right, well, we'll leave it.
Attorney Smith?
No objection.
All right, we're accepting evidence.
We'll
States
see how
95
this
for-
shakes out, Danielle. We're going to walk along the primrose path with him right now.
Showing you States 95, it's not marked as a full exhibit. Is this the knife that you had in your vehicle on May 14th of 2022?
It is.
Is this the knife that that the defendant was looking for on May 14th of 2022?
It is.
Now, you indicated that you had this in your center console. I'm going to show you States 32, picture of the inside of your car. And when you say your center console, you're indicating that this
That's a
area
long
here, or
way
are
to
you
try to
indicating
get to
the
that
glove
glove box.
I was a center console.
So I'm pointing to the left of States 32, the center console area of the car.
Yep.
And you had taken it out of this area and put it on your lap, and you initially got the 43 Laurel Glen. And when the defendant asked for the knife on May 14th of 22, tell us about what happened. Did you give it to him? What happened? You gave him the knife? And when you gave him the knife, why did you do that?
I wasn't really thinking. I just gave it to him. That's what I gave it to him.
Now, is there any conversation between you or anybody else just slightly before or after you give the defendant the knife?
Yeah, before.
And what are you guys talking about?
Tyler, maybe Lito, I think they knew people at the party. I didn't, but they wanted to go back because maybe they recognized a couple kids, and they were going to go try and talk to him, calm him down, maybe just make peace with him. That's the whole plan.
And did you in fact get in your car?
I did.
Who got in your car?
I got in the driver's seat, and then Lito got in the passenger and Tyler in the back.
And did anybody else get in the car at that point in time? No. And when you got in the car, where did you go?
We drove up towards the lawn.
When you say drove up to the front lawn, States 49, can you show us in States 49 where you drove up?
Right to the right of the red bush.
This bush?
That bush, yep.
You stopped here? And when you stopped there, what happened when you stopped there?
My time leader got out.
And where did they go?
I just started walking towards the crowd of people that was on the lawn.
And when they did that, what did you do?
I was at my window down and I was kind of watching them, just making sure they were okay.
And did you stay in that area?
I stayed right parallel to them the whole time.
Did you move the car up a little bit?
I crept up as they walked up.
And when you walked up, were you able to observe the interaction between Tyler and the defendant and the group from 43 Laurel Glen?
It was dark out and I could see what was going on.
Now, prior to getting there, were you ever under the impression that you were told to leave and get out of here? Do you recall that?
I can't recall that.
Okay. Now, when you when Tyler and the defendant get out of the car and they're on the property here, they're on the property. What kinds of things, or was there any verbal interaction between the defendant and Tyler and the people from 43 Laurel Glen?
Yeah, they were conversing, but it didn't sound aggressive at first.
Show you States 4. Do you recall where your car was in States 4 when you noticed that they were conversing?
A little bit in between the bushes, maybe.
Would it be over here somewhere?
Yeah, middle of the street.
Middle of the street? Were there cars parked on the side of the street?
Yeah.
So you couldn't be near the curb, per se?
Well, I was kind of in the middle of the street just watching.
Okay. And you were in the driver's seat, car was on, you were looking over your shoulder?
Yep.
Through the window?
It
Window was up?
was down. It was down.
Down? And you said that you heard talking back and forth?
Yeah.
It was normal at first? And how long would you say it was normal for?
10, 20 seconds.
And then at some point in time, did it escalate?
It did.
And can you tell us about that?
Someone came out from the crowd and punched Lito in the face.
And when that happened, what did you observe?
Just all out chaos at that point.
Did you observe where the defendant was after he got punched? Did you observe where Tyler was after that happened? At some point in time, do you stay in that area right as the fight's going on?
The whole time.
And at some point during the fight, does anybody come back to your car?
Okay. Initially.
And when he comes back to your car, does he get in the car?
No. I think he opened the door.
Okay.
He came up to the door.
And after he opened the door, what, if anything, did you observe him do next?
He just went back.
And when he went back, at some point in time, how long did he, from the time he left your car to go back, did he come back to the car at some point?
He came back, and then came back.
How long did that take, do you think?
10, 15 seconds.
Did you see where he went when he left your car the first time? Like the second time, I should say? You didn't see him if he went back into the fight? You just,
I think he went back into the fight. That's where we're at then.
and did you see him engage anybody in the fight at that point? At some point in time, does the fight end? Or
I think Lito got back in the car.
first?
Got back in first.
And where did he get in the car?
He got in the passenger seat.
The front passenger seat? Okay, and at some point in time, did Tyler come back to the car?
He came in after Lito. Lito got in the passenger seat and first, and he was like all distraught and said something along the lines of like, I think I just stabbed like 4 people or something like that, holding the knife.
He said he stabbed 4 people. He was holding the knife. And how soon after he said that did Tyler De Silva get in the car?
Maybe 10 seconds after I kind of crept up a little bit more.
So you started to move, and then Tyler jumped in. Where did he jump in?
Passenger seat.
Was it on the passenger side or the driver's side?
Passenger side.
And when he got in the car, what did you do next?
I took off down the street towards Adams.
Okay. So if we're looking at States 1, you took off towards Adams. When you got to Adams, so this way, motioning from the left of the exhibit to the right towards Adams, right? And when you got to Adams, where did you go?
We to the left, no.
So you went down here, and then you hit the cul-de-sac. What happened when you hit the cul-de-sac?
So as I was making, going around the cul-de-sac, I was told to stop the car.
You told me to stop the car. Do you recall where you stopped the car? 1.0.
Right there.
And so you parked on the side of the cul-de-sac there.
Yep.
And when you stopped the car, what if anything happened when you stopped the car?
Lito got out with one passenger for the night.
You saw him for the night.
I did.
Where did he for the night?
Directly into the woods area that was right there.
Show you States Exhibit 45, the cul-de-sac, Adams Road. You pull that?
Yeah, I do.
And does this look like States 46? Does this look like the wooded area where the knife was tossed?
Yes.
And after he threw the knife in the woods, what happened after that? Did he get back in the car? And when he got back in the car, what, if anything, did he say?
I don't recall him saying anything when he got back.
So you got back in the car, and what did you do?
Took off and took a right back on the street, which is where I believe people were getting their rides.
So you drove back down Laurel Glen? So you came back on stage one, came back down this way? Took a right on Laurel Glen, go past the house again? Yep. And you met people down here? People
Wow, that was brave.
And
I don't know
when you
that
got
I'd have
down to
done
end of
that.
the street, what, if anything, happened when you got there?
Dropped Lito off. I think that's where he was getting picked up.
Do you know who he was getting picked up by?
I think Mackenzie's sister was coming to pick her and pick him up.
And when he, so he got out of the car at that point? And when he got out of the car, what happened when he got out of the car?
Tyler got in the front passenger. Then he took off to his house.
And when you took off, did you know how to get home from where you were?
I used to go to Hampstead to get the house.
And you drove down to Tyler's house? And when you got to Tyler's house, did you have, what happened when you got to Tyler's house?
We met Owen De Silva, Tyler's cousin. He was outside.
And were you talking with Owen De Silva? Did you tell him what happened? Did you and Tyler De Silva, not what you guys said, but did you have a conversation with Tyler on the way from Laurel Glen to Milford when you talked to Owen De Silva?
Good.
And what kinds of things were you saying to Tyler De Silva?
I kind of told him that Lito said something like, "Oh my God, I think I stabbed people" or something. We're talking about his injuries because Tyler was all bloodied up and in bad condition.
How did Lito appear? Did you get a good look at Lito?
He was also pretty bloodied up. They were both kind of beat up.
Yeah. And did you say anything else when you were talking, when you were going to Milford?
The conversation was kind of along the lines of like, how are we going to get back at these people? Because like, at the time we had no idea the severity of the situation. Like when Lito said like I stabbed people, I'm thinking like he's on the ground and maybe hit someone in the leg or something and got out of it and got back in my car. So it was kind of like the tension was kind of still there. And in the group chat, kids were still texting in the group chat. So it was kind of just still kind of aggressive between the group. So we were just kind of talking about like how are we going to get back at these guys?
You didn't understand the severity of it?
It's always something that they were going home.
And did you text anything in the group chat after the incident, 43 Laurel Glen?
I did.
What did you text?
I guess it's something along the lines of like enjoy the hospital visit or something.
And at some point in time, you talked to Owen De Silva. Do you stay in Milford that night or do you leave? You go to home and home back to Norwalk? And when you go back to Norwalk, when you get home, do you have any conversation with anybody when you get home?
Yeah,
And did you tell your father what had happened?
I did.
And not what he said to you, but what was his appearance to you when you told him what had happened?
He kind of looked shocked and kind of gave me the impression that this was going to be something more serious than I kind of thought it was.
At some point in time, did you have another conversation with another family member?
I did.
Who did you have a conversation with? And who's your cousin?
Mario?
And you talked about what had happened at 43 Laurel Glen?
Mhm.
And at some point in time, were you contacted by the Shelton Police Department in any way? Was it, how close in time was it from the time of the incident to the time Shelton Police Department contacted you?
It was that morning.
And did you talk to the police at that point in time?
My father picked the phone up and just told me that we were hiring an attorney.
So you hired a lawyer at that point? And again, that was May 15th of 2022?
I believe so.
And at some point in time, do you recall in consulting with your lawyer and your father or your parents, do you recall wanting to meet with the state's attorney's office with regards, or the state Shelton Police Department, the state's attorney's office with regards to this incident?
Yep.
And is that when your lawyer approached the state's attorney's office to give us potential information about the
Immunity.
case? In particular, where the knife was discarded? Since the first time that you spoke to law enforcement regarding this case, was that on November 2nd of 2022?
I
Wow.
believe so.
And did you give a subsequent interview with law enforcement to clarify anything that may have been misunderstood? I have no further questions, Ron. Thank you.
I don't know if I believe the story about where that knife was thrown, because that seems awfully dangerous to leave and then come back to the place where a big old fisticuffs had
Come on,
happened.
Mr. Snyder. You and I have never met before. Never talked about this case before. Well, so let's talk a little bit about it now. You told us that the evening began with you picking up Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva in your Honda Pilot that evening sometime, correct?
Yes.
And then you took everybody over to 5 Lazy Brook Road, correct?
Yes.
And that's where you had been invited over to the Lifers house, right?
No.
No.
We weren't invited. I think we just got word that there was a party there.
Okay. Who'd you get that word from?
I can't remember who told us to go, but we just eventually went.
Okay. You got there and you were there for 1 or 2 hours?
That sounds right.
Did you see the lifers when you were there?
Oh, we did.
You knew Madigan from school,
Oh, I did.
and you knew Austin from school. Did you see Austin that evening?
I think briefly I did. Yeah.
You said there were maybe 40 people there when you got there.
I believe so.
You'd been drinking at the party and beforehand,
Yes.
but you didn't bring the alcohol. That was Tyler De Silva who brought the alcohol. And then two individuals that you didn't know arrived, and you told them that they had to leave, right? Did one of those individuals, the one holding the case of beer, did he give you a beer? Did he give Mr. Valle a beer? Did he seem to you like he was trying to make friends with you
Initially, maybe at the end of the party, yeah.
at the end of the party?
No, to get into the party.
To get into the party. Gotcha. And you told him that he needed to give you that beer.
Yes.
A dispute broke out about whether or not you were going to actually get that beer from him, correct?
Yeah, it was about like him giving us the beer, and then in turn he'd be able to stay at the party.
We say giving us the beer. You were the one asking for the beer, right?
Yeah.
You were the one who was talking with this individual, right?
We all were.
Tyler De Silva was talking to him?
We all were, yeah. Neolito and Tyler.
And yet the person that squares up, that's you, right? Because you're the person who took the beer from him, right? So would you agree that you were the person that was having the most direct interaction with Mr. Hines?
I would.
And you later come to find out that that person was Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And you said that you moved to the driveway, and that's where you squared up and you had the fight, right? And you guys were moving around in that course of that fight? The video that we watched, that doesn't catch the initial stages of that fight, does it?
I mean, because I don't think the fight started until into that video.
Okay, that catches the very beginning of that fight? So you guys had not begun fighting until you got out into the driveway?
Yes. Yes.
And people sort of formed a circle around, right? There were some folks watching, and it was just you and Mr. Hines that were going to have this square off. And you said Mr. Valle came around and hit him in the back of the head, right? And that he lunged at you,
Ryan said, yeah.
or you lunged at him.
Ryan Hines was it.
Sorry. So Ryan lunges at you. You'd already taken a punch at Mr. Hines at that point. He tackles you to the ground. He's on top of you. A group descends and tries to break that thing up, right? At some point, you all get up and you go your separate ways.
Yeah.
The kids from Shelton High that had just been involved with the fight, they walked down the driveway and get in the car somewhere.
Yeah.
Did you see them do that?
I did.
And where was your car parked?
To the left. Looking down the driveway, it was off to the left.
Okay, so nearby. And you, how long before you got in your car and left?
5-10 minutes, maybe.
Did you see at any point Mrs. Leifer come out, shut the party down, and give the beer back to Mr. Hines?
I remember her coming out. I don't remember her giving back the beer.
In any event, you didn't have the beer anymore at that point, correct? You said after that the plan was to go home, right? When you say go home, to your own home?
No, I was going to be sleeping out that night.
Where were you going to be sleeping that night?
Most likely Tyler's.
Tyler De Silva's. And as far as Tyler De Silva, that was a close friend of yours? Do you remain close friends? And would you say you were closer with Mr. De Silva than you were with Mr. Valle?
I would. I think that's fair to say.
Okay, you weren't going to sleep at Mr. Valle's house that night.
It was possible, but I think the plan was to sleep at Tyler's.
Okay.
So we slept out at.
And you said at some point you got added to this basketball group chat, right? Correct?
Yes.
Sorry, we've got the court reporter here and you have to say out loud something to keep going. You didn't create that group chat. Mr. Valle didn't create that group chat. Mr. De Silva didn't create that group chat. But you got added to it.
Yeah.
When you got added to it, was Mr. Valle also added to it at that same time?
I'm not sure if he was at it, but I knew a couple of us were. I'm not sure exactly who, but we were all kind of talking about it.
Okay. Who else was on that group chat?
There were probably a good 20 people in it, and about probably 3 or 4 of us in it. So it was majority kids that I wasn't aware of. I didn't know.
So when you were looking at that group chat, you couldn't see the names of the folks that you didn't know. You just saw numbers. Is that fair?
Yep.
But you quickly got an understanding of who those unknown numbers were, right? And you understood that that was the kids, at least some of the kids and kids who were related to the kids that you had just gotten into the fight with, right? Because you said that there was, your understanding based on what they were texting was that they wanted you to fight with them, right? And you sent text back indicating you were willing to do that, right?
If you haven't
And
hit
so
the
you got
like
back in the
button,
car with
do it now.
Demetrius, Keenan, Will, Tyler De Silva, Raul, and Mackenzie Trefcanty. And did they all know that you were getting in the car to go fight these kids?
Yeah, we made it pretty apparent that people who were going to be in my car were going to go with us to go fight.
So Mackenzie Trefcanty knew that you were going in the car to go fight?
Objection as to what she knew.
Sustained.
Interesting.
When you say that people in the car knew that you were going to go fight, what led you to believe that they knew that?
I kind of went up, and after we were in the group chat, I was like, I can't remember if we were already in the car or driving, but I said, if you're in the car or you're getting in my car, we're going to go fight these people. And I think the people in my car are very familiar going with us.
Demetrius?
Yep.
Keenan? Will Sinjwal?
Yep.
Tyler De Silva?
Yep.
Raul Valle?
Yep.
Mackenzie Trefcanty?
I believe so. Yeah.
Interesting.
You told us you were driving and that Tyler De Silva was the passenger at this point, right?
Yep.
And so you got in the car and you went over to Trumbull High School.
Yep.
And there you said that you were expecting to find the kids who were using this basketball group chat to invite you to fight, right? They weren't there. You said there was a black BMW there?
Black and blue. I think it was a dark colored.
Could it? You don't think it was a white BMW?
I don't think so. I don't remember the origin.
It was dark.
I think so. Yeah.
As far as the time of day, it was dark that night.
Yes.
And the people in that BMW, those were people that your group knew, right?
I didn't. I believe someone in my car did that.
Okay. And you said you were there for 10 minutes. Nobody got out of the car.
I don't remember that. I didn't get out of the car.
What were you doing in the car?
On my phone, probably.
Music on?
Most likely.
Car running?
Yep.
7 of you in the car talking through the window you told us to the other vehicle. Was there another vehicle there with a group of girls in it?
I don't remember that.
And then you said while you were sitting there on this group chat text, somebody not from your group sends the address 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? And it was your understanding that that was now where these kids wanted you to come in order to have a fight. And you drove there because you wanted to have a fight.
Yes.
Did you know these kids?
I didn't.
And you didn't even know where this was, right? You're from Norwalk. And so you get this address there, 43 Laurel Glen Drive. You got 6 other people in the car. You don't even know where it is. You don't even know who these kids are. And you decide you're going to drive everybody over there.
Well, I didn't know it was a party. I'm assuming that that maybe the kid who was just in a scuffle with us, he maybe had a couple friends and wanted to settle it or something. So that's why we drove over to go fight.
You're responsible when you're driving for the people that are in that vehicle, right?
Yes.
You thought that was a good idea to drive all those folks over there to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
It was a mutual understanding.
You thought it was a good idea?
I wasn't thinking about the potential consequences.
You were 16 years old, right?
I was.
16.
And you didn't
y'all.
think when you got there that there were going to be 30 or 40 people, did you?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
And you didn't know where it was. You had to GPS it, right?
Yes.
And it was a kind of confusing layout when you got there because there's through roads and cul-de-sacs, right? You didn't know which one was leading to which end, right? Could have been a dead end, could have been a through street, but you didn't know. And you say you didn't drive by the house when you first got there. You went straight there and you parked the car to the right, right?
I didn't go straight there.
When you got there were people already out in the yard? Nobody was out in the yard.
That's
And
not what he
you
said before.
indicated to the folks in the group chat, we're here.
Yep.
And then people started coming out of the house, right?
Yes.
One person came out of the house,
Yes.
quickly followed by a second person, right?
Yes.
Then a third person, right? Then a fourth person, right?
Yes.
A fifth, a sixth, a seventh, an eighth, right?
Yes.
At that point, you're outnumbered now, right?
Yes.
A ninth, a 10th, an 11th, a 12th, right?
Yes.
Now what are you starting to think in that car?
We're not going to be fighting anymore.
You're not going to be fighting anymore? Why not?
It didn't seem sensible at the time. Yeah. It wasn't what we expected to see when we initially arrived. We were going to arrive.
You weren't in control of that situation at that point, were you? Drove all those folks over there, parked them. Wasn't what you expected, was it? It was getting scary, wasn't it?
It was.
It was getting terrifying, wasn't it?
It was.
You worried about what was going to happen now, I bet.
It was.
How many people do you think ultimately came out of that car, out of that house?
Maybe 30, maybe a little bit more.
All came over to your car.
Yes.
7 of you in there, 30 on the outside, right?
Yes.
Surrounding the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And at first they came up to the driver's side, some of them, didn't they?
Yeah.
And you had your window down?
I had it cracked. I believe.
Correct. Didn't want to put it the whole way down at that point, right?
Interesting.
And people started coming up and started talking to you through the window, right?
Yes.
And you say at first that was peaceful.
I don't think it was peaceful at first when they all kind of walked up. Everyone was kind of screaming. I think I heard something along the lines of like, "Where's the kid who did this to me?" It was someone from the party before.
That was Ryan Hines, right?
It could have been. I didn't see his face.
He spit at you.
Yes.
Did it make it into the car or just on the car?
I don't think it hit me, but I think it made it into the car.
Wow.
There's people in front of the car.
There's.
There's people on both sides of the car.
It's true.
There's people behind the car.
Sure.
Some of the people get on the car.
That's possible. I don't remember anybody getting on top of the car.
Do you remember the car rocking?
I do.
Do you recall if somebody was on the back bumper jumping up and down?
That's possible. I wasn't.
I'm gonna overlook. Thank you.
I wasn't really looking at the back of my car. I was kind of focused on what was going on in my area.
Why didn't you just drive away?
I did eventually, but I didn't want to run anybody over, so I kind of started itching my car out a little bit, and then people started eventually making way. Yeah,
You couldn't just pull away, right? If you just pulled away, you'd have hit somebody who was standing directly in front of
Run
the
him
car,
over.
right? You hit somebody who was on either side of you, possibly, right? There was lights on the street, but it was dark, right?
Yeah.
About 11 o'clock or so. Misty, kind of rainy that evening.
Sounds about right.
People inside your car were terrified, weren't they?
Objections to what other people were.
Sustained.
What was the demeanor from the people inside your car? What did that indicate to you?
They wanted to go home.
They didn't want to be there anymore, right? They were terrified, right?
Most likely, yeah.
And you were thinking to yourself, oh my God, what have I gotten these folks into, right?
Yeah.
I brought all these people here. I'm the driver of this vehicle. I'm the one who put us here, right?
I think that's fair that I drove them there. Yeah.
Well, nobody could reach over and you wouldn't let them take the car from you and say, let me drive now, right?
Right, but I didn't drive anyone somewhere where they didn't want to be, and then I dropped them off at the end of the street when they wanted to go home.
Because Mackenzie Trafficante wanted to go and get in the fight.
But I think everyone was just kind of under the impression that they knew we were going to go meet a couple of kids to fight. No one really expected 30 people to walk out of the house.
Keenan Frasick knew that you were going to go get into a fight.
Objections to what Keenan.
Sustained.
Something about Keenan's demeanor indicated to you that he wanted to go along for a fight.
I think I made it pretty apparent before we got in the car that that's what we were going to do.
Something about Demetrius Arphanis' demeanor indicated to you that he wanted to go get into a fight.
But I don't think I told the people that getting into my car that's what we were planning on doing.
You know Keenan?
I did.
How close were you to Keenan?
We weren't super close. We were teammates.
Teammates on the football team. Demetrius Arphanis, was he a teammate on the football team?
Yes, it was.
They starters?
Probably at the time of the incident.
How many people were on the driver's side of the car?
Initially, when we were at the end of the street,
When you're right there parked in front of the house, when you first stopped at the house?
there was a crowd of people. I don't really know. I mean,
Too many to count?
Yeah.
How many people were on the passenger side?
it was kind of a big crowd all around the car.
And you said they were touching the car, right?
Mhm.
Hands on the vehicle?
Objection has to answer.
Sustained.
Were they punching the car?
Objection has to answer.
All alone.
I believe so. Throwing stuff at the car, taking the car, stuff like that.
At some point, the windshield gets smashed while you were there in front of the house, while these people are surrounding the vehicle. Are people inside your car saying anything?
Objection as to what they said.
I asked, are they saying anything?
I'm going to overrule the objection at this point, just yes or no, relative to the question. Please ask the question again.
Are people in your car at this point saying anything?
Yes.
And did that indicate to you that they were scared?
Yeah, I think we all were.
In fact, you were so scared, you reached into the center console where you knew you kept a pocket knife, right?
Sure.
And you did that because you were so scared, you thought, I might need to defend myself, right? You thought somebody might smash this window, right? They just smashed the windshield. What's going to stop them from smashing my window, right? And I'm stuck here in this vehicle, can't move forward because there's people surrounding it, right? And you thought, what am I going to do if people reach into this vehicle after smashing my window and pull me out of it, right? So you reached in and you grabbed the knife out, right? And you told us you put it on your waist. Did you mean you put it in your lap?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Because you didn't like take it and use the clip to put it on your belt or something, right? You didn't put it in your pocket, did you? You didn't think, well, it's right here in the center console. If I need it, I can get it out at that point, right?
I was buried under a bunch of random wires and stuff like that.
You didn't know what these people surrounding the car were going to do, did you? But you were scared enough to think that you needed that knife, right?
Of course.
Mr. Valley didn't know about that knife, did he?
Objection to what, Mr. Valley?
Sustained.
Had you ever told Mr. Valley about that knife?
Never came up in conversation.
Never came up in conversation. You had never told him about it, did you?
Interesting.
There wouldn't have been a reason to.
As far as you knew, he had no knowledge that that knife was there.
Objection as to what he did.
Sustained.
Wow, that's very interesting.
And you were shown a picture of what you say is a copy of that knife, right? You said, though, that that knife that you had in the car had been in that vehicle since it was given down to you by your brother, right?
I mean, it was just in the family, that car. It's really not in the family.
And the knife had been in there as well, right?
And that's why I kept it for years, yeah.
So it wasn't a brand new shiny knife that you got for that purpose alone that day, was it? It was a tool that you kept there. You said for fishing?
Yeah, for anything you'd really need a knife for, it was just there.
Were you raised as somebody who was told, you know, it's useful, helpful to have a pocket knife when you need one?
I just think a knife is useful in a lot of, random scenarios in life, It's just something to have, yes.
At some point, the situation became so terrifying inside that vehicle that despite the fact that there were people in front of it who might get hurt if you were moving, you thought that's what you needed to do to protect yourself and to protect the people in the car, right?
Just to grab the knife.
Was to, well, you already had the knife, but now you thought, I've got to move this vehicle. Even if these people in front are going to get hurt, we might get hurt if I don't, right? And so you moved the vehicle forward. People backed off of it, or they stayed off, they fell to the side. What happened?
I just started like pushing the car forward, like grabbing it and then pushing it forward. People started dispersing a little bit, so they made a path for us to just kind of speed right off.
You saw a path and you took it. Car took off down the street at a high rate of speed, right?
Yeah.
And then you drove back and forth, up and down the street, right?
I don't remember that.
Throwing things out the window at this group, right?
I don't remember that happening.
That didn't happen, did it? You drove down, some people got out of the car around that area where you showed us on Exhibit 1, right? And in fact, do you recall that people from the party were now chasing the vehicle down the street as you were driving away?
Initially, yeah.
In fact, when you let these folks out, or when they got out of the car when it first stopped, a group of these Shelton kids were coming down chasing them, right?
So, yeah.
And you could see that at least in your rear view mirror, could you not? And then you drove the car off up ahead, correct? And at that point, you were alone in the vehicle?
So, yeah.
And you drove up and you went and you turned down Farmhouse Lane, right?
No, I think I went down straight.
Down to the end of Laurel Glen?
Yeah. For that, I think it is.
Okay. We can't see that dead end on Exhibit 1, can we, behind you?
No, I don't.
It extends a further way down there, right? So you lost sight of the people that you had just dropped off at some point, did you not? You couldn't see them anymore because you had driven down to the end of the street, right? And you thought, oh my God, I just left all these folks at the street that I just drove them to with this crowd of people that just attacked the car, right? You were scared for them at that point, were you not?
I turned around and I went back.
You went back even though you were scared?
Yeah.
What did you think was going to happen if you didn't go back?
That calls for speculation. I'm gonna check that.
So,
You were worried if you didn't go back that your friends were going to get hurt, weren't you?
Yeah. That's first.
Now, when you got back, can you show us again on Exhibit 1 where you stopped the vehicle when you came back to your building after going down to the Laurel Glen? Near the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse? And where at that point, and when you stopped the car, you got out at that point, right? And where at that point was Keenan Frasick?
I believe on the curb, I think.
Did he come over to the vehicle?
The vehicle was kind of right up to it. I don't remember him walking like up on top of the vehicle, but he was around. Yeah.
Did you talk to him or did he stay on the curb?
I don't remember any conversation I had with him. But,
And did Mackenzie Trafcanti come up to the car or did she stay on the curb?
I don't remember if Mackenzie was up on the curb. I think she was on the curb. I don't remember any conversation with her either going up.
Will Sinjwald, did he stay on the curb? Demetrios Arfanis, did he stay on the curb?
So yeah, they were all kind of just right there.
And so at the vehicle, then near the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane, is yourself, Mr. Valley, and Tyler DeSilva?
Not yet in the car, but yeah, we were all kind of there.
Inspecting the car, you told us.
Yeah, I got out and I started looking around.
And do you remember some Shelton High kids coming up and having an interaction with you?
I don't remember any conversation I had with them. I remember that the day that they were there or at least around the area. Then I got back in the car.
How close were you to Mr. Valley?
Around the car. I was inside of it, so
You didn't get out of the car, or you got back in the car?
I got back in the car.
But do you know Tyler Rich?
I don't.
Do you know Ricky or Enrico Fiola?
I heard about him prior to the incident. I didn't know him.
Did you see either Mr. Rich or Mr. Fiola down there at the vehicle when you were at Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen Drive?
I think they were in the area. I don't remember. I don't recall seeing them. I don't remember that.
Okay. And you've told us that there was some discussion down at the car about the damage, right?
Yeah.
You told us you were upset about the damage, right?
It was. Yeah, I was going around looking at the damage on my car.
You told us you were distraught about the damage, right?
How I explained this to my parents, stuff like that, things about damage, insurance, all that.
And you didn't know any of these kids at 43 Laurel Glen Drive.
I didn't know.
But you knew that the kid that you'd gotten in the fight with at 5 Lazy Brook was there at that party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yeah, I didn't see him particularly, but I kind of got the impression he was there from what they were kind of screaming and stuff, and why we were there in the first place.
And you told us that there was discussion about, look what they did to your car, right?
Yes.
You were visibly upset.
Yeah.
Mr. Valley, you said, was visibly upset.
Yeah.
Mr. DeSilva also visibly upset.
I think everyone kind of was. We were kind of all in a state of shock about what just happened.
I need y'all in the chat to let me know something. Do you feel like these past, was it just 2 witnesses? Has it only been 2 witnesses? We had Dimitri, Keenan, and now Jack, I think is what was. Let me know just let me know in the chat whether it feels like things are lining up more appropriately with these particular witnesses compared to the first witnesses that we saw, the party goers at Tyler Rich's house.
While you're standing there by the car, and these Shelton High kids, how far away were they?
I don't remember how they were.
Further down towards the house?
I would assume so.
Not close enough that you could say to them, hey, what'd you guys do to my car?
I don't remember having any conversation with them when they were there.
They were too far away to have a conversation with, right? They didn't approach you guys and say, hey, let's squash this beef right now, did they?
Not me.
Did they approach anybody in your group?
I drove off. I don't know. I wasn't really there.
Okay. When you drove off, though, was before what you've just now described, with everybody being at the car and inspecting it for damage, right? So when you're at the car inspecting it for damage, you didn't see any of these Shelton High kids come down and have a conversation with you guys as you're inspecting the car, did you?
I didn't have any conversation there.
And then you told us at some point you understood that Tyler DeSilva wanted to go back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? Because he knew, as far as you understood it, some of the kids there.
Right.
You live in Norwalk, right? Is that where you grew up? So you're a lifelong Norwalk resident?
Yeah.
And Tyler DeSilva is not from Norwalk, right? He was living in Milford at this time, but he had grown up in Shelton for some part of his life, had he not?
I believe so. Yeah.
And he knew some of these kids at the Shelton party.
Right.
And he told you, that's what he told you. Your understanding was that he knew some of these kids at the Shelton party, and he wanted to go back and make peace.
But his family, I guess, knew a lot of their families, so that was the whole purpose.
And at this point, you could have just left the area, right?
So,
You could have hopped in the car and said, everybody, let's go home. This is a bad idea, right?
Yeah.
You were 16 at the time.
I was,
How long had you been driving?
maybe 8 months, 9 months.
Were you supposed to have these kids in your car?
I was not.
And then Mr. Valley came up to you and he said, Where's the knife? Give me your knife, right?
Yeah.
Like that aggressively?
I wouldn't say it was that aggressive, but it was just asking for it.
He was just like, hey, where's that knife that you had?
I don't think he was that aggressive. No,
He wasn't that aggressive about it.
he was aggressive. It wasn't super. It wasn't what you just presented.
And he didn't want something else at that point, did he?
Just a knife. He didn't want anything else. No.
He didn't indicate to you, hey, let's all grab some weapons and go back there, right? He didn't say, I want that knife so that, let's go back and get our revenge, right? In fact, you understood from his demeanor that he was also scared, right?
More upset, I presume.
You presume.
He was a little bit more angry in his demeanor.
You were still scared.
I was.
You thought these kids might come back down the street again, right?
Not necessarily.
That didn't cross your mind?
Well, I knew I had the car, so if anything, we could have just driven out of there.
But you didn't. Tyler DeSilva was adamant that he wanted to go back and make peace.
Jack, that's what Tyler said.
Same.
But Tyler DeSilva was adamant that he wanted to go back and make peace, correct?
Objection, that calls for your side.
Same.
You understood that Tyler DeSilva wanted to go back and make peace?
Yeah. Eventually, though.
You understand?
People there.
Mr. Valle knew people there?
Both of them at the time knew people from Sean since they were from Milford.
So you got back in the driver's seat, right?
Yeah.
You saw Mr. Valle go digging through the console to get the knife, right? You saw Mr. Valle go digging through the glove box to get the knife, right? You saw him tearing up the car to try and find the knife, right? You didn't see any of that, did you?
No.
You gave it to him?
When he asked me.
He opened the blade to inspect it, right?
No.
Took that knife and he got it ready, right?
No.
Took that knife that you gave him and he put it in his pocket, right?
I believe so. I don't remember where he put it. He didn't open it.
And you understood or felt like you needed to take Mr. DeSilva back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat that?
You didn't say, I'm not taking you back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? All three of you get back into the car. You say that Mr. Valle got into the passenger side
Yes.
beside you and that Mr. DeSilva got in the back.
Yep.
On the passenger side as well?
Yes.
You drove up and did you park sort of near the driveway at that point?
No, a little further back. I wasn't ever parked. I was always in drive. Just
Foot on the brake.
yeah.
You weren't expecting anybody to get out of that car and get into a fight, were you?
It wasn't aggressive at that point.
There was no talk in the car as you drove down there about, we're going to get them now.
Objection, that's what was said.
I'm gonna strike the last answer, and form of the direct answer.
Was there conversation in the car on the way down there?
It was a very brief drive. I don't remember any conversation.
Nothing about what was occurring in the vehicle on the way down there led you to believe that there was about to be a fight, was there? And as you got there, you're in the middle of the street. There's cars parked on both sides, correct?
Yeah.
And you stop the car.
Yep.
You don't put it in park, but you keep it running and got your foot on the brake. You see Mr. DeSilva get out of the car.
Right.
You see Mr. Valle get out of the car. Mr. Valle doesn't have the knife in his hand at that point, does he?
I don't remember what he had in his hand. I just know they both got out of the car and just started walking towards him.
Not in an aggressive way. Not screaming threats at the people that are already in the yard, right? You saw them, you said you were looking over your shoulder, looking out the window, watching them the whole time. How many people were in the lawn?
The same amount, probably about 30 kids.
Your two friends get out and they walk up, right? You can see them approach these 30 kids. Those 30 kids swarm forward to meet them. They start getting aggressive with these two kids, right?
I don't remember getting aggressive until someone punched Lito. It was kind of cordial, I guess, initially.
Okay.
Maybe somebody in the crowd screaming or something, but it wasn't a fight at that point.
Could you hear either of your friends screaming anything?
No.
Did you see either of your friends approach them in a fighting posture?
No.
Did you see either of your friends square up with anybody? You just saw Mr. Valle get punched in the face, right?
About 10 seconds, 15 seconds in, yeah. Someone just came and hit him.
Did you see Mr. Valle with his shirt up over his head?
I don't recall that. No.
That's right. That was testimony.
And you told us that once Mr. Valle got punched in the face, chaos broke out, right? You couldn't see Mr. Valle anymore, could you? You couldn't see Mr. De Silva anymore, could you? But you could see bodies moving and rolling around, right? And it looked like 30 people had descended onto 2 people, did it not?
Yeah, I did.
You could see punching and kicking going on, could you not?
I did.
You could see stomping going on, could you not?
Yeah,
You were scared for your friends at that point, were you not?
I was.
Terrified about what was happening to them, right?
I was.
So scared that you didn't even get out of the car, did you?
I wanted to be there just in case they got out so they could get in my car and we could leave.
You didn't want to go get into that scrum, did you?
I felt like I'd be more helpful just as a way to escape rather than to jump in. So I stayed in the car.
You didn't know if your friends were going to come out of that fight, did you?
I hope so.
But you didn't know, did you?
No.
You didn't know what was going to happen when 30 took on 2, did you?
No.
That was practically the whole Shelton High School football team, wasn't it?
Wow.
That's fair to say, I guess.
You were so scared, you didn't want to get out of that car, right?
Sustained.
That's exactly what
Because
it
it was
is.
terrifying to watch, was it not?
Sustained.
At some point, you were able to see Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Valle came up to the car, correct?
Yes.
Door opens slightly, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Interior light comes on because the door is open, right?
Yeah.
In fact, when he came up to that car, his momentum was moving forward towards the car as though he'd been pushed, was it not?
I don't remember that. Just remember.
Did you hear a bump as he hit the car?
I don't remember that.
He opened the door. Could you see his face?
I don't remember really at that moment. It was kind of real quick.
You didn't see Mr. De Silva anywhere, did you? You could still see that a fight was going on, could you not?
I did.
Could you see what appeared to be flashlights or phone lights at that point?
I believe so, yeah.
When you saw Mr. Valle, but you didn't see Mr. De Silva, you were terrified about what had happened to Mr. De Silva, were you not?
Yeah.
You wondered if he was going to get killed, didn't you?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then you lost sight of Mr. Valle again as he headed back in towards the fight, right?
Yeah.
You saw Mr. Valle go to the yard, right?
He left my car. I think he went towards the yard.
And at some point, as he got onto the yard, you couldn't see him anymore, could you?
No.
But you could still see that those 30 kids hadn't gone anywhere, right?
Everyone was kind of still scattered along the line, along the lawn.
And then at some point, you saw Mr. De Silva come back to the car.
Yes.
He gets into the car, right?
Right.
And you can see him at that point, right?
Okay.
And you told us he's been battered, right?
Yeah.
He looked beaten and bloodied, right? You could tell he had obviously been injured in the course of the fight where you lost track of him, right? You said Mr. Valle got back into the car, into the passenger seat, right? You said he was all distraught, right?
Yeah.
What was distraught about his face?
It wasn't necessarily his face. He just got in and it looked, he was just in shock. I think, and he said, like, oh my fucking God, I think I just stabbed somebody, or I think I just stabbed people, or something along those lines.
He didn't say, man, I just got us payback for what happened, right?
Oh,
Oh,
He didn't seem happy about what had happened. He seemed distraught.
yeah, he looked in shock. Yeah.
Still scared?
Yeah, probably.
Hopefully that's speculation.
that's the answer. The question was already asked.
Raul's more upset right now than any of the witnesses have been.
And then you took off down Laurel Glen Drive, right? That's what you told us.
He went to Adams.
Towards Adam.
Towards Adam, yeah.
You hit a cul-de-sac and you told us that Mr. Valle told you to stop the car. And he got out and threw the knife.
Yep.
You could see the knife in his hand?
Yes.
You could see it in his hand. Was it open or closed? Still open?
When he got in the car.
From when he got out of the car?
The car?
He got into the car and he still had the knife open on him, you're saying?
Yes, when he got in the car and said what he said, he had the knife in his hand.
Could you see blood on the knife?
I can't recall seeing any blood on it.
You saw the knife leave his hand and go flipping into the woods?
It was pretty dark. It
It was pretty dark, wasn't it?
was.
How far away from the car did he get in order to throw that knife?
Stepped right outside.
Just right outside the car? In front?
I was angled parallel to the woods, so he just opened the door, stepped right out into it.
Said he got back into the car at that point, didn't say anything.
Yep.
He drove back down to Laurel Glen Drive where the people you had left were still there.
Yes.
And some of those people got into Madison Jack Canty's car, Mackenzie's sister.
Her sister arrived around the same time we were driving down.
Mr. Valley got into the same vehicle. Tyler gets into the front passenger with you.
Yes.
You had to use Google Maps to get out of there, right? Because you didn't know where you were. And then you went and you met Owen De Silva?
Yep.
Where was that?
At Tyler's house. Tyler's house.
And you said when you saw both Mr. Valley and Mr. De Silva, they were both beat up and bloodied up, right?
Yeah.
There was no conversation in the car about what had happened. It was just, how are we going to get back at these guys?
That was kind of what was going through my head almost. I'm not sure about Tyler, but that was a conversation we were talking about majority of the time.
And you texted on this group chat, enjoy the hospital stay?
I didn't know the severity of the situation. When Lito told me he stabbed somebody, I just assumed it wasn't anything major, just because people were still texting in the group chat. Like the group chats were still flowing, like spamming after everything happened. So I just assumed that they just jumped us. Lito stabbed maybe someone in the leg or something. And that was just my smirky response. I guess I didn't really know what was going on. I didn't know what happened.
You're 16.
You went home and you talked to your dad and he said, this is more serious than what you think, son.
Yeah, it was kind of that tone. Yeah.
And when the cops called you on May 15th and said, we'd like to talk to you about this, you told them you weren't going to come in and talk to them, right?
I wasn't on the phone. I believe it's something my dad probably said.
You didn't go in and talk to them, right? You were worried about your involvement in this, right?
Yes.
And you waited 6 months until you got an agreement concerning prosecution in place before you talked to them, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you did that right here in this courthouse, did you not?
Yes.
And after you got that, it's the first time that you talked to anybody about this, right?
That is true.
And you're telling us now today that you gave Mr. Valley the knife before driving everybody back down to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
And this prosecution agreement that you have, it's for complete immunity, right?
From the events that happened in that day, yeah.
You can't be prosecuted for anything that happened on May 14th, right?
Not at this time, though.
And those potential things that you might have been prosecuted for could be murder, right?
I was told assault in the first degree or something along those lines.
You would agree that the agreement itself talks about the homicide of James McGrath and the assaults on Thomas Connery Jr., or Ryan Hines, and Faison Teal that took place on May 14th, right?
That's correct.
One of the things that you could be prosecuted for would be being an accessory to a murder, right?
I think that's possible.
And could be prosecuted for assaults, correct?
I believe so.
You could be possibly prosecuted for conspiracy to commit those things, correct?
I guess so.
And you've had what's explained to you, what's known as your maximum exposure explained to you, right? That if you were prosecuted for these things and if you were convicted of these things, you could spend your life in prison, correct?
I guess so.
60 years for accessory to murder, right?
Yep.
So
20 years for an assault in the first degree, right?
Yep.
You didn't want to tell anybody your involvement in this case until you got that in place, right?
yeah.
And your understanding is that you have to come in here and testify truthfully in order for this agreement to hold, right?
Yeah.
Your immunity from all those things depends upon who thinking that you testified truthfully.
I think the state.
Not me, right? I don't make that decision, do I? The state's attorney makes that decision, right?
I believe so.
You got to come in here, testify truthfully, or you could find yourself prosecuted for all those things.
I believe so.
And so you gave them a statement on November 2nd, right? And then they told you, you know what? We're going to talk to you again. And you talked to them again on November 28th, right?
Yes.
Because they wanted to clarify some things, right? They wanted to clarify the timing of when the knife was exchanged, right?
Oh.
I believe so.
And they wanted to clarify why your phone had been reset on October 1st, 2022, before you spoke to them, right? Factory reset, right?
Oh,
no.
danger, danger, danger,
I had
danger.
water damage in the phone, and I got a new phone, and I think the iCloud messed up. I was syncing between my mother's and mine. Our texts are kind of merged. Nothing was deleted, but they couldn't find the group chat. I removed myself from the group chat after the event happened.
Sure.
So by the time you went and talked to the officers after you'd gotten your immunity agreement in place, your phone had been reset.
It wasn't reset.
It was a new phone altogether.
I got a new phone, but everything was still on it and intact.
No, because you
That's
just
what they told
said.
you. We want to come in and clarify why your phone is everything and intact.
I didn't respond. I didn't respond to anybody texting me for the first month, 3 weeks, a month after everything happened. But people were texting me, so they assumed, I think, that I was reading messages that I was sending back, and I just wasn't responding. So I think they wanted to have me come in and just explain why there weren't any texts on my end. I was advised not to text people.
So, sir, you're coming in here and you're telling us, trying to tell us, as close to what you told those officers, right?
Yes.
Because you fear if you change any of that, the state's going to think you're not testifying truthfully, right?
There wouldn't be any need to change it. It's all been the truth.
And you're telling us that the knife that you gave to Mr. Valle, right?
After they asked for it, yes.
That was your knife, right?
My knife.
That you kept in the vehicle, right? That you drove these folks back down to this party, right?
Yep. Tyler Lito.
Tyler and Lito, right? After you gave them this knife, right?
After I handed it to Lito, yeah.
And now you're telling us that the knife was thrown by Mr. Valle.
Yeah.
That's why we can't find the knife, right?
I would assume so.
Sir, it's not that you needed to get rid of that knife because, again, for 6 months you didn't want to talk to anybody about this, right?
No.
I don't know if I believe that part of the story.
Nothing further. Thank you.
I don't know, guys. That seems odd.
Jack, counsel just asked you a little bit about the group chat.
Mhm.
You indicated on cross-examination that you removed yourself from the group chat. Why did you do that?
I wanted to disassociate myself from that happened on that day.
So once you understood the severity of what happened, you got out of the group chat. So what happens when you remove yourself from the group chat on your phone? What happens?
I think it deletes it off my device, but I think, and it says something in other people's phones, like I've left the group chat.
Left the group chat. So in other words, if you wanted to go back into the group chat, you couldn't do it.
I couldn't unless I was added back into it.
Is that something that is saved on the cloud for some reason or no? Do you know?
I think it would be.
It would be, okay. And with regards to, tell me the circumstances surrounding you getting a new phone. Why did you get a new phone?
I think I'd gone to Block Island, or I'd gone somewhere for just to get away, I think, and I had walked in the water with it, got water damage. It was fine, but the battery was draining, so I just brought it to Apple. Said I didn't repair it. It was water damage, so I needed to get a new phone.
And when you got a new phone, did the contents of your old phone, was it saved in the cloud? And
Yeah, it was like a SIM card, and I just used the same one. I got a new phone. I got two new phones. One from my father's coworker right after the thing happened because they had taken my phone, the state. So when the state took my phone, I needed a phone, and I couldn't buy a new one. So I had my dad's friend lend me her phone. So syncing with that phone, I have contacts on my phone right now from her phone still, my mom's phone, my phone still. So I think bridging is kind of not really there filled, I guess. But I got a new phone eventually after the water damage.
so the phone that you had on the night of May 14, 2022, that was seized by the state of Connecticut.
There's a way to
Or
fix
Shelby.
that. That happened with my son and I once. But there's a way to fix that. You don't have to factory reset
With
it.
regards to,
Come on.
we're asked a little bit about going over to 43 Laurel Glen. When you were driving over there, you told people, or at least the discussion in the car was apparent that you were going there to fight. And what was your understanding about going there to fight? Did you think you were going to fight a couple kids?
Yeah.
It was going to be like a 3-on-3 fight,
That's what I assumed it was.
right? And
Yeah.
the fight back at Lazy Brook, that was 3-on-1, right? That was you, Lito, the defendant, and Tyler on Ryan Hines, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that wasn't really a fair fight. But you think you were going to go to 43 Laurel Glen to kind of hash it out, and have a fist fight?
Right.
Were you going there to going to 43 Laurel Glen to use any weapons in fight, or was it going to be a fist fight?
Fist fight.
Until they showed up with 30 people.
And was the defendant in agreement to go there and fight?
Yeah.
And when you got there, you said that people came out of the house and surrounded the car, and then you guys eventually got scared, right? And you left and you went down the street.
They should have left.
And
I heard Block Island
people who
also.
didn't want to be involved got out of the car, right?
Yeah, I think everyone got in the car.
But at some point, when you were down the street, do you know whether or not people from the Shelton crew came down to talk to or confront anybody down the street?
He did.
They did, right? And was the defendant out of the car at that point?
Yeah,
And was Tyler out of the car at that point?
he was.
And was there any physical altercation down the street at that point when people were out of the car?
I believe so.
What kind of things were going on? Were people arguing?
I don't remember any arguing at all, any fighting at all.
But at that point, at some point in time, those individuals left. Do you recall them leaving? What do you recall about down the street?
Coming back down the street, and then getting out of the car, and then looking at the damage after I driven down the street.
And do you recall where the Shelton kids were at that moment in time or no?
All the way over.
But there was no physical altercation that took place down near the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Road.
Sir, they'd been throwing stuff at his car and
Nobody
spit.
complaining about we just got beat up, right? No one said we got beat up. No
Where is
physical
this
altercation. Did you
prosecutor's
observe
head?
anything? And you indicated that when the defendant asked for the knife, he was more aggressive, more angry with his demeanor. What do you mean by that?
He was just, you could tell he was angry.
Was he mad, pissed off?
Yeah.
Where you before you gave him the knife? Do you know where it was before you gave it to him?
I think when I got out of the car initially to look at the damage, I just put it down at the center console, but the area right in between it, the radio.
Showing you page 32. So you're talking about this area here?
Yeah.
So it would have been just below the radio area.
Yeah, that's the whole platform right there. So anywhere right there.
By the way, while we're looking at stage 32, in order to drive your car, put it into drive versus, is that up here on the
Yeah.
column?
Yeah,
Okay, so this is one of those cars where it has the lower, it's up on the column.
it's the lower. That's also a compartment, but it's also the platform.
But in other words, if you have to drive this car forward or backwards, the gear shifter is on the column.
On the tree.
And when you indicated that after you got out of the car, you assessed the damage, the defendant asks for the knife. There's this conversation, and you agree to go back down to 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
You could have left Laurel Glen at that point, right?
Yep.
You could have driven the other way. Could you have?
I thought it was a dead end.
Could you have put maybe Tyler's address into your phone and followed Waze or Google Maps and driven out of the area? But you didn't do that. And when you went back down to 43 Laurel Glen, you indicated there was a lot of people in the front yard. Counsel asked you on cross-examination about people swarming everybody, and you indicated that, yeah, look, 30 people were involved. Are you certain that 30 people were fighting during the fight?
It just appeared like a lot of people. I asked probably 30 people there.
So you're not sure, not everybody was fighting.
So but
Were there a lot of people watching?
I couldn't really tell who was fighting, who wasn't, but it was pretty chaotic.
So when counsel asked you about,
I believe that.
30 people were fighting your friends, you can't really tell for sure who was fighting. You just know there was a lot of people and it was chaotic.
Right. I know who was fighting, but there was a lot of people there.
Right. So when he indicated that it could have been, 15 kids on each person, it could also have been 2 or 3 kids on your friends. You just couldn't say, right?
No, I saw more than 2 or 3.
All right.
Yeah.
But it wasn't all 30.
No, I don't think so.
Now, when you get down to the Adams Drive and the defendant throws the knife, he doesn't say, let's get out of here, let's go.
That's possible, but I don't remember the conversation.
Now, with regards to your immunity agreement that the defense counsel brings up, did the state of Connecticut approach you about your testimony in this case?
I think my attorney did.
Your attorney approached us
Yeah.
because you had information for us.
Yeah.
And with regards to your exposure in the case, was it explained to you that you could be paroled on certain crimes if you were convicted because of your age?
I believe so.
And your understanding about your agreement is what?
My understanding of the agreement.
Of the agreement with the state of Connecticut is what?
So, I gave a detailed explanation on what happened, the truth on what happened, and I wouldn't be prosecuted for it.
And is that explanation from your perspective about what you remember happened on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any additional questions?
And you were just asked, the state didn't approach you about this prosecution agreement, right?
Correct.
Your attorney, I guess, approached them and said, hey, can we get a prosecution agreement here?
I believe so. My attorney went to the state.
State's attorney didn't come to you and say, nope, sorry, son, we got to arrest you. We're not giving you an immunity agreement, right?
Objections with the state's attorney.
State's attorney didn't say, no, we're not. The state's attorney didn't refuse to give you this immunity agreement, did they?
I don't believe so.
No, you signed it, right? In this courthouse, right? Nothing but.
Nothing.
Oh boy, guys. All righty. So there was former friend Clyburn.
We are prepared to move forward with the evidence this morning. Counsel, please confirm on the
Jack
State
Snyder.
stipulates to the presence of the jury. Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
I think you're going to stay prepared to call us.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Tyler. Tyler, how old are you?
20.
Do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
Where do you go to school?
University of Dayton,
And what are you studying?
entrepreneurship business.
Are you playing any sports there?
I'm not.
And do you know why you're here today?
I do.
Why are you here today?
What happened today?
What night? Do you remember?
The 14th?
22? On a prior occasion, prior to your testimony today, have we met before?
Yeah.
About how many times would you say?
Probably.
And prior to that, did you, through your lawyer, approach the state of Connecticut in connection to this case?
Here we go
Can you
again.
please describe how that occurred?
My attorney approached the state of Connecticut to come to agreement with them that if I came in and gave a statement fully of the truth,
Can you
my knowledge
say
will happen tonight.
Raul is the fall
I will not
guy?
be prosecuted.
May I approach the witness? Now, I'm showing you with Martin States Exhibit 96 for identification purposes. Do you recognize States 96?
I do.
What is States 96?
It's a agreement.
It's the agreement concerning prosecution and consideration for your testimony concerning the state versus Raul Valle.
It is.
This agreement executed between you and the state of Connecticut, signed by your lawyer and your parents on or about December 6th of 2022.
It was.
This agreement encompasses the entire agreement that is your understanding between yourself and the state of Connecticut.
Some friends he had
Yes.
here.
Steve Ross is full tip, Your Honor.
I guess he'll learn young
Evidence states 96.
about disappointment and betrayal and that people don't know how to be loyal.
Now, with regards to that cooperation agreement, just so we're clear, what is your understanding of the agreement?
My understanding of the agreement is basically I'm going to give my story, what I remember from that night, fully truthfully, and I won't get prosecuted for anything.
And potentially, if you deviate from what you've told anybody with regard to this case, what could happen? Is your understanding? And could your statements that you have given during the investigation and in addition to your testimony today be used against you if charges were brought against you and you were prosecuted?
Yeah.
Now, I want to direct your attention, withdrawn. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
I was one of my friends and I classmate at St. Joe's,
They
In
like
St.
that.
Joseph's High School?
Yes.
Where's that located?
Trumbull, Connecticut.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Raul Valle?
I was a classmate at St. Joe's and I grew up playing football with him in Milford.
And does he have a nickname?
Leo.
And is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? May the witness, record reflect the witness identified the defendant in this case, Your Honor.
The record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valle.
Thank you. Now, directing your attention to May 14th of 2022, how old were you back then?
17.
And were you in school?
I was.
What school were you in?
St. Joseph High School.
What year were you in St. Joe's?
My junior year
And did you play any sports?
in football.
And I want to direct your attention to Lazy Brook Road. Prior to going, did you go to Lazy Brook Road that night?
I did.
Prior to going to Lazy Brook Road that night, where were you?
My house.
And at some point in time, were you picked up?
I was.
Who picked you up?
Jack Schneider
And when Jack picked you up, what time of day was it? Do you recall?
from 7:38.
And when you got into Jack's car, did you bring anything with you?
2 bottles of liqueur called Kinky,
And what is that? What is kinky?
just like an alcohol.
And you brought that from, where did you bring that from? Your house?
No, I got it from a liquor store.
And when you
I don't
when you
think
got
so.
into the car, had you already been drinking alcohol at that point in time?
I had a couple sips of the Kinky.
And when you got into the car, did you drink when you were in the car?
Yeah, a little bit.
And when you got in the car, did you go right over to Lazy Brook when Jack picked you up?
No.
Where did you go?
I went to Lito's house.
And when you went to Lito's house, who did you pick up?
Lito, his girlfriend at the time,
And who was his girlfriend at the time?
Mackenzie, Jeff Conte.
And when you were in the car after you picked Lito and the defendant Mackenzie up, was everybody drinking in the car?
Somewhat, yeah.
And when you say somewhat, what do you mean by that?
Like we had a couple sips of the kinky, not much though.
You weren't like,
No one was
chugging
chugging.
huge chugs. Okay. And was Jack drinking at the time? Do you recall?
Nothing I recall.
So you, Mackenzie, and the defendant were drinking?
Yes.
And after Jack picked up the defendant and Mackenzie, where did you go from Lito's house?
Lazy Brook,
And when you got to Lazy Brook, what kind of party was that?
a usual high school party.
Can you explain what the usual high school party is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yeah, it was all St. Joe's kids. Your get together, beer pong, drinks,
Water
talking,
pong.
socializing. Just your high school party.
So when you got to the party, how many kids would you say were there?
Say around 40 people.
And alcohol was being consumed?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you drink alcohol while you were there?
Did.
Did Jack drink alcohol when you were
Did.
there? Did the defendant drink alcohol while he was there?
You did.
Mackenzie?
She did.
Did you see most of your friends drinking alcohol there?
Yes, I did.
And when you say beer pong, what is beer pong?
You take ping pongs, you set up these cups and throw them into the cups.
And if you get it in the cup, what happens?
Usually you fill them with water so you actually drink right out of the cup. But then you take a sip of your beer.
But it's a drinking game, right?
Yes.
At some point in the night, you said you had 2 bottles with you?
I did.
And did the bottles have a specific color?
And there's one that was pink and one that was blue.
And when you were at Lazy Brook, was there an occasion where, when you were at Lazy Brook, was it all people from St. Joseph's High School at that party?
That I knew of, yeah.
So you were familiar with most of the people there?
Yes, I was.
At some point in time, did a couple individuals show up that weren't from St. Joseph's High School?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happened?
One time, 2 individuals came up, said they were invited to the party of the younger son of Maddie Lifer, who's having the party. And basically, she said they can't come in because there's way too many people already. And said, can you just tell them to leave? So we went over to them outside and told them to leave, which proceeded to an altercation.
So when you say we, who are you talking about?
Me, Jack Schneider, Raul Valle.
And do you recall what you were wearing that night?
I was wearing a Ole Miss baseball jersey.
And do you recall what kind of, did you have shorts on, pants on? What did you have on?
I believe I had short. I don't
You don't recall? It's okay. Do you recall what the defendant was wearing?
I was wearing an Ole Miss t-shirt.
What color?
Blue.
And at some point in time, you talked to the 2 individuals that were at the party.
Yeah.
What, if anything, did you observe? What kind of things were you saying to them when they came?
Told them they couldn't come in. They argued with us saying they were invited by Austin. We said it doesn't matter if his sister doesn't want you here. Proceeded to more of an argument. We were kind of exchanging words, saying, get out of here, fuck you guys. Then eventually, Jack Schneider actually went over and took their beer. And it got a little more heated. He was like, I'm not leaving until you give me my beer. I'm like, no, I'm giving it back. And it led to a fight
So where did the fight take place?
on the driveway.
And do you recall, who was involved in the fight just before it started? Like who was there? Tell us the scene. Who's where?
So Jack Schneider was facing one of the showing kids, almost squaring up. The defendant, Lito, was almost like kind of behind him to the side of him. And I was like behind Jack Schneider.
And do you recall did the fight at some point start?
Yes.
How do you recall the fight starting?
What I recalled was Jack Schneider threw a punch at the kid. And then they began to fight. The defendant came from the side and sucker punched him. And then he ended up almost like falling down into a corner. And I actually came in and threw a couple punches myself. Then I was standing over him and we began to be broken up. The defendant was wearing a motorcycle helmet. And he, out all fears, like headbutted him down.
Did he headbutt him more than once?
I only saw one time.
You recognize Ace 53?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
Jack Schneider in the red, Lito in the blue with the helmet on, and he has the kinky bottle in his hand.
So the helmet that he has on in this picture, is that the same helmet that you saw him headbutt the Sheldon kid with that night?
Yes.
This is yet another
the bottle
version.
that he has in his hand, is that one of the bottles that you brought that night?
Yes.
Now, do you recall seeing the video of the fight?
Yes.
Now,
Could you just reference the exhibit number?
I'm sorry, yes, Ron. Mr. States to the 58. For the jury. Now, you indicated a few moments ago that you recall Jack Snyder hitting the Shelton kid first.
Yeah.
In that video, does that refresh your recollection as to actually how the fight started?
I mean, in that video, I see the defendant hitting him first.
But that's not how you remember it. Now, at some point, how long would you say this fight lasted for?
In my head, like 15, 16 seconds.
And after the fight ended, what happened next?
Got broken up. He kind of got up. His nose was bleeding a little bit. Words got exchanged, but then they evidently just left. They walked around there.
Now, that fight that happened at Lazy Brook, for all intents and purposes, would you characterize that fight as you, Jack, and the defendant on the one Shelton kid?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not the Shelton kid had any weapons on him at the party that night?
Do not.
Now, after the fight ended, at some point in time, did the party continue a little bit?
It
For about how long would you say?
30, 45 minutes.
And then at some point in time, did the party end?
It did.
Why did the party end?
The mother came down, shut it off, basically told everyone to get out of the house.
And did you in fact leave Lazy Brook Road after that?
We did.
And how did you leave Lazy Brook Road?
So when we were told to leave, like everyone else, we all went down into the road. There's a lot of cars there for people that were there, so everyone was kind of in the cars hanging out. We actually looked to go to another party. There's nothing else going on. And we were thinking about driving somewhere to figure out what we were going to do until a group chat started.
Okay. Now, did the group chat that you just mentioned, did that start before or after you got in the car? If you can recall.
What's that after?
Okay. Now, did you get in the car at some point?
I did.
Whose car did you get in?
Jack Schneider's?
So you States Exhibit 30. Is that Jack Snyder's car?
It is.
And when you got in Jack Snyder's car, where did you get in the car?
The passenger seat.
The front passenger seat? Did anybody else get in the car with you?
Yeah.
Who?
The defendant, Lito, Mackenzie, Will Finwald, Dimitri, and Keenan Frazier.
And who was driving?
Jack was.
So there were 7 of you in the car?
Yes.
Do you recall where the defendant was sitting when he was initially in the car from Lazy Brook?
What I recall is he was sitting behind the driver's seat.
Okay. And do you recall who else was in the back seat?
Mackenzie, Will, and Keenan,
And where was Dimitri seated?
in the trunk.
In the trunk area? Okay. Now, at some point in time when you're in the car, group chat starts. What kind of group chat is this? Did it have a name?
Not that I remembered what the name was. It was kind of just a group chat of a bunch of Shelton kids and St. Joe's kids all intertwined.
And were you added to the group chat? Is that how you found out?
Eventually was added, yes.
Okay. And when you say a bunch of St. Joe's kids were in the group chat, who from St. Joe's was in the group chat?
Names that I can name would be Anthony Greco, Harley Jordan, Ryan DeMarco. Me, myself was added eventually. Jack Schneider was added. Leo was added.
The defendant was in the group chat? And when you left Lazy Brook, where were you guys headed at that point?
We were heading to Trumbull High School.
And why were you going to Trumbull High School?
Basically, it was like almost like a meeting point where we could figure out what we were going to do. Like if we were deciding to go to another party or I don't know.
So you mentioned this group chat. At what point were you added to the group chat? Were you added to the group chat before or after you got to Trumbull High School?
Before, like on the way.
And were you able to view what was being said in the group chat?
Yes.
Now, without telling us what was said, what was the overall tone of the group chat when you were on the way to Trumbull High School?
Aggressive, violent, almost like people looking to pick fights.
And did you say anything in the group chat?
I did not.
At some point in time when you got to Trumbull High School, was there anything in the group chat said about meeting up at Trumbull High School?
Not that I knew of.
Do you recall whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat about meeting up at Trumbull High School?
I don't know.
Now, when was there any talk about during the group chat? Was there any talk in the group chat about fighting?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Tell you about talk?
Yeah.
There's basically another group of individuals telling us to come meet them at a certain place, and us saying to come, like we're going to come, or come to us, or we'll fight.
Now, I just asked you a question before about whether or not the defense said anything in the group chat regarding Trumbull High School and the fight. Do you recall if that happened? Approach the witness, Your Honor. Looking at a document for fresh recollection.
What?
Do you remember it?
Yeah.
Now, with regards to the group chat, do you recall now whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat regarding coming to Trumbull High School to meet up for this fight?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Said, come to Trumbull High, slide right now.
What does slide mean?
Usually it's used as a term to come here.
And Did anybody show up at Trumbull High School?
No.
At some point in time, how long were you at Trumbull High School for?
Around 15 to 20 minutes.
And were you guys drinking any alcohol from Lazy Brook all the way until 15, 20 minutes after you got to Trumbull High School? Was there any drinking going on?
I still had a bottle of Kinky, but I don't believe we were really drinking much.
When you got to Trumbull High School, in addition to the group chat, do you recall what other people were doing at any given moment?
Kind of just talking.
Did you meet up with anybody at Trumbull High School?
There was a car of girls there. I don't remember the girls' names, but they were there. We were talking to them. And then there was a BMW there about Trumbull High kids, Keenan.
And did you have a conversation with those kids?
Yeah.
And what kinds of things were you telling them at Trumbull High School?
So they came around when we were looking to leave, and we had a conversation with them saying, would you guys come with us to 43 Glen?
And what was the purpose of them going to 43 Laurel Glen with you?
To fight.
And you had the address of 43 Laurel Glen. How did you get that address?
All the challenges in the chat were dropping it in.
And at some point in time, did you leave leave Trumbull High School? Excuse me.
Yes.
And where were you headed when you left Trumbull High School?
43 Glen.
And what was the purpose of going there? And just prior to leaving Trumbull High School, did you have a conversation with the defendant about going over to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Tell me about that conversation. What was it like? What was he saying?
We were saying, yeah, let's go fuck these kids up. Like, we already fucked them up once, kind of laughing about it. I was agreeing, yeah, let's go fight these kids.
So you left Trumbull High School and you drove over to 43 Laurel Glen. Were you intoxicated at this point? What were you like? You were drinking alcohol. What were you like?
I would say I have like that warm feeling in my body. I wouldn't say I was too intoxicated, but I definitely had alcohol in my system.
Did you think you had beer muscles or anything like that? Now, at some point, did you arrive at Laurel Glen?
We did.
And when you arrived at Laurel Glen, do you recall the State's Exhibit 1 behind you? Can you tell us if you can recall how you got to Laurel Glen? There's a
Oh,
pointer
boy.
right in front of you if you want to use the pointer.
What I recall is,
It's right to the, yeah.
I recall basically, my memory is kind of like almost coming down there and like making a turn right here. South of right in front of the house.
How do they not
So
know
when you
how
say
they
you stopped
got
In front of
there?
the house, they show you State's Exhibit 49. Can you show us on State's 49 using the words, where you can call the car stopping?
Kind of in the middle of the street, in front of the mailbox area.
In front of the mailbox of 43 Laurel Glen or
Yes.
across the street? So somewhere
43 Glen, yeah.
So direct reflection, my finger is pointed to the center of 43 Laurel Glen, somewhere in front of the driveway near the mailbox, but in the middle of the room.
All right, record will reflect that information.
That is
And when-
not what
When you
Jack
got there,
Snyder testified.
was there anybody outside?
There was a couple of kids hanging up in the back like yard, but no one like really outside yet.
At some point in time, did kids come outside?
Yes.
Why was the group chat still going on at this point?
Yeah, it was.
And what, if anything, did you say in the group chat about your presence at 43 Laurel Glen?
I didn't say anything, but I'm pretty sure someone from our car told him that we were there.
And when that happened, did people start coming out of the house?
Yes.
Do you recall where they came out of the house?
Almost looked like from the backyard.
And when they came from the backyard, how did they make their way towards the car?
Running.
And did they come down the front lawn? Did they come down the driveway? How did they come out? Both. And when they, how many people would you say came out of the house at that point?
35, 40 people.
And when they came out of the house, did you have a conversation with any of these people?
Like a semi one.
Tell me about that.
So the car was surrounded quickly by a ton of people. The kid on my right, I started seeing like what happened. One of our boys saying you jumped him, and I was like, I kind of lied to him, said no, we didn't. What do you mean? And then the kid that actually got in the fight earlier that night came over to my side. He started screaming at me, fuck you, fuck you. So I started screaming back, and this is when it kind of almost got a little chaotic, and the car started rocking a little bit. You could feel it getting kicked.
Did the defendant say anything at this point in time?
Yeah, he did.
What did he say?
He was screaming out the window too, like "fuck you guys are pussies."
Now, when the kicking and punching of the car happened, how long did that go on for, would you say?
I would say around 15 seconds.
And after 15 seconds, what happened?
Lito actually said drive to Jack. Jack started like almost like inching, and people started to get out of the way, and then he drove.
And where did he drive? Using State's Exhibit 1, can you show us where he drove?
Since we were like right here and he drove up this road. Up here.
And did you recall if Jack drove up and down the road at all?
What I recall is he drove up here, he turned around while everyone was in the car and drove back down, and then turned around quickly again and drove back up where
People started to get out.
Now,
What?
when you were in the car, where were you seated at this point in time?
Passenger seat.
Front passenger seat?
Yeah.
Do you recall if anything was thrown at the car when when Jack was driving up and down the street?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall if anything was
I'm
thrown from the
lost.
car when you guys were driving up and down the street? Now, at some point in time, you indicate that you stopped in the area just prior to 36 Laurel or Farmhouse Road, excuse me?
Yes.
And can you please describe, when you get to that area, to the best of your recollection, what do you remember happening when does the car stop at that point?
So
What
the car stops. Kenzi's actually screaming, "Let me out! Let me out!" She's crying. We all get out. Jack stays in the car. We all else get out. I start looking at the car. The damages. There's dents. There's a shattered windshield right in front of me. The car is very beat up. The defendant gets out as well, and he's looking at it too.
I'm going to stop you there for a second. I want to show you a video. Just with regards to getting out of the car, do you remember who initially got out of the car?
Me and Lito.
Did anybody else get out of the car? That's your recollection.
That's my reaction. No.
What is this
So this
driving
person getting
up
out of
and
the
down
car,
and up
right
and
there in the
down?
front seat. Who's that?
That's me.
That's you. I'm going to point again. This person right here, do you know who that is outside the car?
No.
If you see a person, what's on your mind, you see a person in between these two posts here?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kenzie.
That's Mackenzie? And Kenzie, who's that Mackenzie?
Kenzie Trap.
How do you know her?
I've seen her.
School there?
School.
So is this the point, are you describing in your testimony, this is the point where you remember getting out down the street near Farmhouse Lane?
Yes.
Now, when you get out down the street near Farmhouse Lane, do you recall if anybody from the other party comes down and talks to you guys or comes at you guys?
I did not recall.
Okay. It's about 11:41 at night.
Yeah.
6:44. This is a different angle of that same video. From a ring camera in front of the house.
How come the ring camera doesn't have this vehicle going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth? This isn't making sense to me, some of this, almost everybody's testimony.
Do you recall this happening with that on May 14th, 2022?
No.
But you're clearly standing on the side of the road here, right?
Yes.
But you don't recall them coming down. So to the best of recollection, do you recall any physical altercation happening at around this time down near Farmhouse Lane in Laurel? Do you recall anybody with any weapons on them at this point in time? No. Okay. So at some point in time, actually, can you play the rest of it? See somebody do something at Jack's car? Do you recall that?
No.
I don't think it
So you said you
happened.
got out of the car, you were looking at the car, you were looking at the damage of the car. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that. What were you guys doing with what you recall about looking at the damage to Jack's car?
Yeah. Basically, what I recall of that is when I got out, I was in the car, I kind of saw it all. And especially with the cracked windshield, I already knew it was there because it was in front of me. And going around, seeing the bumpers kicked in, dents everywhere. I was thinking, how the fuck can they do this? This is like going to be very expensive for Jack himself, right? And then the defendant was with me while looking at it, and his demeanor was more, "Fuck these kids! Like, you really gonna let them do you like this?" And not to say, yes, I was upset as well, but
Yeah, because you were right in the
I just,
middle of it.
basically came to a conclusion with Jack. I asked him, "No, bring me back down there. Let me go talk."
Now, when you said that the defendant was saying, you're going to let them do you like that, how was his demeanor? How was he acting?
Angry.
Was he more angry than anybody else?
I would say.
And
Sir,
now you indicated that you wanted to go back down there.
Yes.
Why did you want to go back down to 43 Laurel Glen?
My cousins and their family know the Riches themselves. They actually are over by them on that street. Not that street, but street over. So I knew the Riches. I knew Tyler Rich. I also know a lot of Shown kids too. So I thought I could talk to them. I didn't think I had a problem with them.
So when you were down
Dude,
at
they started
corner of
beating
Laurel
the
Glen and
tar out
Farmhouse
of you
Road,
almost
did
immediately.
anybody else besides you, the defendant, and Jack get out of the car? Do you recall?
I think everyone else got out too.
So Will, Dimitri, Keenan, and Mackenzie.
Yeah.
Do you recall, at that point in time, you said Mackenzie was upset?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not anybody wanted to get her right out of there at that point?
Not that I knew.
Do you know whether, well, let me ask you this. At that point in time, could you have left the area and gone home? Could you have called the police at that point about the damage to Jack's car? If you did. At that point in time, if Jack didn't want to drive you home, could you have called somebody for a ride?
Yes.
When you were down there and the defendant was acting aggressively and indicating, Jack, you're going to let them do you like this, tell me, did anything else happen during that interaction with you, Jack, and the defendant?
Outside of the car, it was more exactly what you said. It was aggressive anger from the defendant. Not to say yes, I was upset as well, and so was Jack.
Oh, but
I
he was
mentioned
the
to Jack,
worst.
let me go down and talk to him. I know these kids better than any of you guys. We began to get back into the car.
And when you got back into the car, who was getting into the car?
Lito got into the front passenger seat before me, and I was going around the car to get into the back.
And when you were getting into the car, what, if anything, was said when you were getting into the car?
I heard the defendant say, Jack, give me the knife.
And did you see a knife that night?
I did not.
Did you see Jack hand the defendant the knife?
I did not.
And when you were getting back into the car, did you have a knife on you?
I did not.
And do you know whether or not the defendant knows anybody at the Rich household?
I did not.
Do you know why the defendant was getting in the car at that point in time?
Not really.
And at some point, did you drive back down to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yeah.
Tell me about that. Where did you, what happened when you were driving down?
So we drove straight back down. Like right when we get in that car, and I explained that point where I heard the defendant asked for a knife. That was super distinct to me getting in and us driving down. And when we drove down, I got out of the car and walked straight up.
Where did you get out of the car? Can you show me the state 49?
I got out right here. I got out right in front of the mailbox almost.
Okay, so I'm pointing in state 49. Yeah, pull the car somewhere in this area in front of the mailbox,
Yeah, right around that area.
facing Adams.
Yes.
And you got out of the car and you walked up the way.
I walked up right a little past the grass, then onto the pavement.
Not to where?
Driveway.
State 5. Maybe up this area here.
Yes.
When you got out of the car, did you notice anybody with you?
So when I got out of the car, I thought it was just going to be me. And then I noticed Lito was on the right hand side of it.
And when you saw Lito on your right hand side, what did you think to yourself at that point?
I just kind of thought, what is he doing? There's no one he knows here. That's a smart idea for him to be coming up.
Why wouldn't it be a smart idea?
It's because no one knows him, right?
Dude, they were
me
beating
being
the
me and
tar
those
out of
people,
you.
I thought maybe I could talk to Tyler Rich and it wouldn't be a big thing. But seeing him coming up to the right side and having both of us being walking up just would not be something that would be smart.
And why wouldn't it be smart?
He was really angry before. I don't think he was looking to talk peacefully like I was to talk to Tyler Rich about the damages. He didn't know Tyler Rich, so what is he going to talk about?
Tyler
And,
Rich
with regards to
cold
going back
cocked
there and the
you.
defendant getting out, did you think that it was going to end well?
No.
Why?
Like I said, he was upset. He was angry. He was showing it way more. He wasn't looking. I feel like he wasn't looking for anything peaceful.
You could have turned around
Did you,
too then said,
at
no,
that point in
dude,
time
this
when you got out
isn't
of the
what I
car,
want.
did you notice if the defendant had any weapons on him?
I did not.
What was the lighting out like that night?
It was dark.
Could you see in front of you though?
Yes.
It wasn't pitch black. Was there some ambient light coming from the house?
Yeah.
Jack's lights were on in his car. That light kind of helped out. Was there anybody outside at that point in time when you started walking up initially?
Not really.
And when you were walking up the house, what if anything happened as you were walking up?
When I was walking up, no one was really around. And then someone said, they're back. I screamed it out almost. And I was greeted by a large individual straight into my face in the first 3 seconds. Who got really close up to me, started screaming, yelling at me, "What the fuck you doing back? What are you doing here?" And I was like, "Yo, I'm trying to talk to Tyler Rich." And then while that was going on, Tyler Rich came to the right side of me. And I was like, "Yo, Tyler." And then he just screamed at me, "Get the fuck off my property before I fuck you up."
So you were walking up Tyler Rich somewhere to your right, and he was telling you to get off his property. And when that was happening, where was the defendant? Do you remember?
8 feet to the right of me.
So from maybe
8 feet.
me to maybe the wood banister there.
And that was
Yeah.
intimidating to them.
And Could you see what
Okay.
the defendant was doing at that point in time?
He had a group of kids almost like kind of surrounding him as well, and he was screaming back at them.
He was screaming at them. What kind of things was he screaming?
I kind of hear.
Did it look like he was acting peacefully?
No.
Did it look like he was trying to calm the situation?
No.
Did it look like he was acting aggressive?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, tell me
He's
what
the
happens
peacekeeper
next.
here.
So right when Ty Rich came to my face and screamed that into me, I knew this was not going to go the way I thought it was going to go. More kids kept funneling out, got louder, more chaotic. They started screaming at me. I started screaming back. And I'm looking over at Lito because he had a lot of people around him. And I see him get punched. And I almost like took a step forward and I got hit from the back of my head and almost fell forward into a group like of people. And before I knew it, I was on the ground. And
Now, are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
I grew up playing lacrosse against him.
And I'm sure you see 57. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's Jimmy.
Now, do you recall seeing Jimmy during this initial part? Was he in the?
No.
Now, you say that you got hit and you fell?
Yeah.
And when you fell, do you recall what was going on when you fell?
It was so chaotic that it was almost like I just felt stuff coming from all different sides of me, getting like kicked, punched,
Because you were.
face down. So I
You're
don't
beating the
really
tar
recall
out
what
of
was
you.
going on around me.
How long would you say the fight lasted for? Do you recall?
I would say like 10, 15 seconds.
And when the fight started, do you recall seeing where the defendant went? Did you see, once the defendant got hit, did you see what happened to him?
No, sir. He was
No.
getting the tar beat
You said
out
you
of
didn't see
him.
Jimmy during the initial part of the fight. Did you see him involved in the fight, in the initial part of the fight? Now, at some point in time, when you're on the ground, you said 10 to 15 seconds. What happens next that you remember?
What I remember is being on the ground, kind of like getting kicked, getting punched, whatever. Then almost getting pushed, like, so my body would get like almost let go, and like I glide into like the street, like get out of it.
So we're looking at States Exhibit 4. Can you tell us in State 4 where you recall getting pushed out to the street?
I remember like being over by that first far red bush, like that's over there. I believe where I was getting beat up, and then I come out straight out in front of it.
So the record reflector, we're looking at the red bush to the left, which appears to be next to the blue pickup truck, and then it says indicated that he was pushed out towards the street where the curb is.
Or to allow the record to reflect that information. Thank you.
And when you you said you got pushed out into the street,
Well, it almost felt like they let go of me.
Okay.
So
and when you are out into the street, what, if anything, do you recall doing at that point in time?
I like stumbled out into the street. I turned around and there was just a big wall of kids screaming, like very chaotic.
Were the wall of kids that were screaming, were they coming after you at that point?
No.
Were you going after them at that point?
No.
Did you have a weapon on you at that point?
No.
Did you were screaming back at them?
Left it.
They were screaming at you?
Yes.
Was the fight over at that point?
My knowledge, yes.
And how long would you say the fight was over? How long did that screaming go on?
Like five seconds.
And after that 5 seconds, what do you remember doing?
After that 5 seconds while I was screaming at them, it was like a screaming match. I looked to my left and I saw the car Jack Schneider was driving, almost driving away.
I'm going to play a video. Do you recall watching the video in connection to this case?
Yes.
I'm going to show you state 62. You know who that is in state 62?
I do.
Who was that?
Send it.
State 63. You know who this individual is on the ground with the shirt pulled up?
I do.
Who is that?
That's me.
Now, do you recall seeing Jimmy McGrath during this part of the fight?
I do not.
State 68. This person that's here with the jeans on with the shirt kind of pulled up going towards, looks like they're going towards the street. Do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That's me.
And this individual to your left, do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
Send it.
And lastly, state 69. Do you know who this individual is at the street?
That's me.
You recall seeing Jimmy McGrath at all during this time?
No.
You recall seeing him involved in any of the fights during this time?
I do not.
Now, you indicated that you look to your left and you see the car driving away.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I mean, I'm screaming at these kids are screaming at me. Nothing's really occurring, but I don't know what's going to happen next. I turn to my left and my ride, Jack Schneider, is driving away. I almost went to like that flight mode of like, what the fuck? And I just right away just ran at the car. screaming stop.
And did you get in the car?
Did.
Where did you get in the car?
The back seat
The back seat, on the passenger side or the driver's side? And was the defendant in the car?
was
Where was he seated?
in the right passenger seat.
So Jack
When you got in the
Snyder
car-
left him
What, if anything, did
or
you
was
say
going to.
Jack or the defendant when you got in the car?
I was angry. I just started screaming at them.
What kind of thing were you saying?
I was like, fuck you guys. Just let me get my ass beat. Like, no one's going to help me out. You're also about to just leave me, drive away.
Yeah.
And now, when you're saying this, are you just seated in the car, or are you?
I'm like kind of head down, like in distraught. Like my head was booming. The adrenaline was rushing through my body. Like I wasn't.
At some point in time, tell us about where the car goes, if you can recall.
Yeah, so what I recall is, I mean, the car was going fast. We take this left turn, we're going fast through, and the defendant goes stop, 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 and Jack slams on the brakes. Where I almost like, because my head was down, I almost smashed into the front seat with my head, and I'm like still screaming. I'm not thinking anything of like stop, 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 and I'm still screaming. I like look up, and I see the defendant entering back into the car.
And did you know why the defendant got out of the car?
I know.
And when the defendant got back into the car, what if anything, did you hear him say next?
He said, "Go, go, go."
And do you recall the path the car took after the defendant said, "Go, go, go"?
Yeah, it was almost like we were on like a roundabout. So like it was like a right and a straight, and then another right where we went straight back up.
Do you recall if you went past? Did you pass the house again? Do you recall?
Yeah, we did.
So if we can use states one, did you recall the path of travel to the best of your recollection?
My recollection, like I said, when I got in, short left, and this is where we stopped. And we came back out and moved back up here.
And when you flew back down the street, where did you go?
When we were going back up the street, right around here, the
And it said, "Stop, stop, stop" again.
Okay, I just have to stop for a minute because Kelly is saying exactly how I think, that Raul didn't leave you to get your tail beat, sir. No, your friend that you still have as a friend, Jack, is the one that was going to leave your tail to get the tar beaten out of. This is unbelievable. I did not realize that Jack Snyder was literally going to leave him there. That's a friend for you now, isn't it? Golly, I wouldn't even be a friend of Jack Snyder's now.
And he got out the car. He just looked at me and Jack and said, "Love you guys. I'm going home with Mackenzie." And I got out and got back into the front passenger seat.
And
So he didn't hear anything about getting rid of a knife or anything.
when you got back in the
Like
front
Jack
passenger
said.
seat, do you recall where you guys went next?
Me and Jack just drove straight. We drove straight. We drove straight is where we eventually hit another dead end.
Let me show you Fence Exhibit A.
I thought he got in the car and said that he stabbed like 4 people and he messed them up and there was all this conversation.
It's a very
Huh?
large overhead shot of the entire area. It's the fence area. Are you talking about hitting the dead end all the way to the end of Laurel Glen?
Yes. Okay. When you got to the end of Laurel Glen, what did you guys do next?
We kind of like, where are we right now? We had no idea. So I grabbed my phone and I put in my address in Milford. We let that go. We finally got it up. Once we got it up, we
And on the way home, how long was the ride to your house in Milford from Shelton? And during that 20-minute ride, did you have a conversation with Jack about what had happened?
I did.
Now, without telling us what Jack said, what kind of things were you saying to him?
I was upset. I kind of was continuing old demeanor of like, why did you let me get my ass beat just in the car? And
Yeah.
also, why were you going to drive off without me? I
Yeah.
felt like an anger towards him. So the adrenaline running through my body, and I was just like mad at him.
Yeah.
And
Good for you.
during the ride home, did you also talk about what had just happened at the house?
Not in the beginning, but yes, mid-drive, I think I brought up.
And tell us about that. Not what Jack said, but tell me what kinds of things were you saying?
So I actually called my cousin, told him about what happened to me. And this is the cousin that knows Tyler Rich. Told him Tyler Rich just jumped me with a bunch of kids. He said, hold up, like I'll call him. Or, sorry. And he called me back, and that's when I learned that someone's been stabbed, or multiple people have been stabbed.
And when you had learned that multiple people had been stabbed, did you understand the gravity of the situation?
Not really. I didn't know the severity of it. He didn't know the severity of it. I didn't learn it. I knew that can't be good. It's crazy. I had no idea what the hell happened. I just got my ass beat. I didn't know someone was stabbing people. So I didn't know the severity of it. And it basically just led me to ask. I did ask Jack, yo, did you give Lito a knife?
And based on that conversation, not what Jack said, but what was your reply to what Jack said?
So Lito killed those kids or stabbed those kids.
And at some point in time, did you get back to your house at Seaview?
Yeah.
In Milford. And did you have a conversation with anybody when you got back to the house?
Oh yeah, my cousin followed us.
Who's your cousin?
Owen.
And at that point in time, did you understand the severity of the situation?
This is where I learned more of the severity. He told I learned that there was a kid that might not make it.
And prior to learning the severity of the situation, did you and Jack, when you were talking, did you have, what was your conversation like with regards to, did you want payback?
Yes.
Once you learned the severity of the situation, tell us about what you did during those hours after you learned what had happened.
Once I learned what happened, Jack went home. Told him I loved him. Said just go home. He went home. I went upstairs with my cousin. I sat down. He kind of asked me more of what happened to you. They're like, this is not no normal fight. I kind of just told him everything that I knew. And I didn't know what actually happened, the severity of it. He ate a little something and he left. I went up to my room and I'd say 30 minutes later, I called the defendant.
Did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yeah, I basically confronted him and said, yo, did you stab those kids?
And what was his response?
I fucked up, bro. I'm sorry.
And is that all he said?
Yeah.
Now, since that night, have you had any other communication with the defendant?
No, other than later that night, I did get a phone call from him, but it was just silence.
Now, at some point during the night, or early morning hours of May 15th of 22, do you know whether or not the Shelton Police Department came to your house to discuss the matter with you?
Yeah, I do.
And did you in fact discuss the matter with them? Why not?
My attorney said not to, and they called me after.
And after that, the next morning, what did you do the next morning?
We left with advice from my counsel, and we drove up to Vermont, where we further stopped at a hospital halfway through.
Why did you stop at the hospital?
I was beginning to feel like I was going to blow up. My head was pounding, and I knew something wasn't right, especially after what happened to me last night. Especially my mom, being the mom she is, she was like, let's just go get you checked out.
And when you got checked out, what was your diagnosis? Well,
I had concussion, multiple contusions all over my head and body, bruised ribs, bruises all over my body. The hospital basically said, what the fuck happened to you? I said, I just got in a basic fight, and they said, this is no basic fight.
and with regards to what kind of treatment did they say you had to go through? Did you have to take any medicine?
Now, they gave me Advil for my bruised ribs and all the contusions, the inflammation, but for concussion, they just said, rest.
No electronics?
And just, yeah.
Now, as far as you're concerned with regards to May 14th of 2022, when you got out of the car that night at Tyler Rich's house, did Jack get out of the car?
No.
So to the best of your recollection, who was the only people that got out of the car?
Me and Lito.
And when you got out of the car, did you have a weapon on you at that point?
I did not.
Did you have a weapon on you the entire time during that fight?
No.
And to the best of your recollection, you, through your lawyer, decided to come and tell us your story to the state of Connecticut in December of 22. That was the first time we heard that story.
Yes.
Has that story changed at all between the time you told that story to Shelton Police Department and today? Looking back on it, did you have to go back to the house on 43 Laurel Glen that night, May 14th of 22?
No.
Could have left?
Should have left.
No further questions.
Okay. I don't want to interrupt this cross-examination that Attorney Kevin Smith is going to give. So I think I'm going to take my lunch break about 30 minutes earlier than I have been. But I have to say, I have some problems with Jack Snyder's testimony. I'm not believing parts of this. And because Jack Snyder said that as soon as Raul got in the car, he said, I stabbed like 4 people, but yet Tyler didn't know anything about a stabbing whatsoever. Like it's not working like everything else did. So before you leave, make sure like, subscribe, hit the notifications, do all the fun stuff, the tubes of you that you need to do. I am going to go get some lunch. We'll be back here let's say 12:35-ish. That'll be 1:35 on the East Coast. And I got a 10:35 on the West Coast. I will see you shortly.